Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Good evening. I will now call to order the August 11, 2025 Board of Education meeting. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of Shumashtangwa, Fernandio Tatum, and the First Nation on which we are learning, educating, and living.
Whoa. Interesting.
Hearing myself now. We're good? Mic check? Good? All right. All right. Can I have the new principal of Burbank High School, Mr. Stephen Hubble, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. At this point, Ms. Gutierrez, can you take the roll call?
Member Tabit. Member Tabit is absent today. Member Cano.
Present.
Clerk Weisberg.
Present.
Vice President Poncher Kamkar.
Present. We're still getting the feedback. Are you connected? Do you maybe have?
Do you want to, maybe is your Zoom mic on? Probably why. For your guess, it's kind of echo it twice. Guess, guess, and guess.
I can't do it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh. Wow.
Sorry about that.
All right.
President Agakanian.
Present. We have 4 members as quorum and move forward. So tonight's meeting will be adjourning in memory of Rowley Bigby, 1931 to 2025. It is with deep respect and appreciation that we honor the life and legacy of Rowley Bigby, known as simply to generation of students as coach. His quiet strength and enduring presence helped to shape Burbank's youth and community in ways that will be felt for generations. A proud member of the first graduating class of John Burroughs High School in 1950, Mr. Bigby excellence in basketball, baseball, and track and field, laying the foundation for the lifelong devotion to youth, sports, and community spirits. Not echoing, right? Mr. Bigby served as the physical education teacher at Luther Burbank Junior High School for 30 years, from 1957 to 1987. He inspired thousands of students with his encouragement, discipline, and enduring belief in every child's potential. Whether blowing his whistle or cheering on students from the sidewalks, Mr. Bigby was famously known for his unwavering belief in every single one of his students and their ability to succeed. He was old school in his belief that hard work is the key to future success. However, Mr. Bigsby's leadership extended beyond the classroom. He was appointed to the Parks and Recreation Community Service Board and became a cornerstone of Burbank's youth sports program, including ponytail softball, flag football, half minor baseball, and many others. He was also a pioneer, and his passion for inclusive athletics helped launch the beloved BUSD All-City Middle School track meet, which continues to unify and inspire athletes from across the district on this day. Sir Bigby was also a committed family man. He and his beloved wife, Sue, shared 72 beautiful years together, raising 3 children, each of whom attended Burbank High Schools and carried forward their father's value of compassion humility, and service. Rolly Bigby lived a life of purpose and generosity, a mentor, a teacher, a coach, and a friend. His legacy lives on every playground he shaped, every student he inspired, and every soul he lifted with his steady presence. To borrow the words often attributed to great educators, you may not remember every lesson he taught, but you'll never forget how he made you feel. Thank you, Mr. Bigby, for making your students feel seen and for inspiring so many. Your dedication to the youth in Burbank Unified School District and the city of Burbank will never be forgotten. His contributions will be felt for generations to come. May he rest in peace. All right, now we are on reporting on closed session, items 3A and 3D. And item 3A on the motion of member Abby Poncer-Kamkar, seconded by Dr. Weisberg, based upon the board's review in closed session of the findings of fact recommendation submitted by the Director of Student Services. The board did accept the recommendations of Director of Readmit student number 9600278890. And the ayes were Vice President Poncer-Kamkar, Emily Weisberg, Laura Kanu, and myself. And then on the item 3D was moved by Vice President Poncer-Kamkar and seconded by Board Member Laurette Kano to approve the settlement agreement in case number 22BBCV01084 between Jane Doe LB and the Burbank Unified School District. The settlement is for the amount of $1 million and includes full and the final release of all the claims made regarding negligent supervision. The ayes were Abby Poncer-Kamkar, Laurette Kano, myself, and Dr. Weisberg. All right, item 6, adjustments to the agenda. Any adjustments?
Yes, Dr. Arkanyan, I'd like to pull 12G for our team to explore a little bit more about the revisions to Board Policy 6146.1.
Right? 12G. Colleagues okay with that? Anything else? Nope. All right. So with the adjustments will be made, we are pulling item 12G. Any items for future agenda, item 7? Dr. Weisberg.
I'd like a report back as quickly as possible on the possibility of LA Metro Go Pass. I know that, excuse me, that City Council has funds allocated specifically for, I'm concerned about our adult school students. So as quickly as we can look into availability, we know there's a need. That would be great.
Anything else? All right. Thank you very much for that. Item 8, reports from the board. Do we have our representatives from BTA? Who's here? Oh, Ms. Schwartz. How are you?
Good evening, community members, members of the Board of Education, and fellow BUSD staff. My name is Sarah Schwartz, and I am the new president of the Burbank Teachers Association. I've already met many of you, but for those of you who may not know me yet, I am a 3rd grade teacher at Edison Elementary. This year, I am also beginning my role as a parent of a BUSD kindergartner. I am deeply committed not just to the success of educators, but also to the success of this entire district, both as an employee and the mother of a student. You can expect these experiences to always inform my leadership of BTA. I want to start by welcoming educators and staff back to work and by thanking all of those who have been doing the often unseen and underappreciated work behind the scenes to make sure we are ready for the start of a new school year. Whether it's teachers coming in early to set up classrooms, maintenance and operations staff working to ensure summer repairs are finished, or counselors finalizing student schedules. It takes a lot of people and a lot of hours to ensure a strong start to a new year of learning and growing for every student. Unfortunately, while educators and staff dedicated the final days of their summer to the success of our schools, they also returned to a lot of mistrust. I do not need to recap this summer's betrayal by senior leaders on this board and in the district office. Still, I do need to make clear that it is the expectation of BTA and its over 700 members that anyone who participated in, benefited from, or had knowledge of the willful misappropriation of money intended for education must be held accountable. I will also reiterate the call from our joint statement with our union siblings in CSEA. The best time for Charlene Tabbitt to have resigned was weeks ago. The second best time is now. This board and the senior leadership of this district have significant work to do to rebuild trust with their employees and our community. The censure resolution and independent investigation were a good start. However, it is BTA's expectation that everyone on this board and in a position of senior leadership continues to make the work of repairing trust a top priority. This summer's events were a great disappointment to me, personally, professionally, and as a leader of BTA. However, as educators, my colleagues and I do not have the luxury of waiting for the powers that be to do right by our students and schools. We will continue to fight for the schools our students and community deserve. I encourage you, whether you are on the board or in this audience, to join us. Together, we can accomplish so much good in BUSD and Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see Ms. Bauman from CSEA. Ms. Flossie, any reports from BASA? All right, thank you. Now moving to 8B, reports from the superintendent. Dr. Macias.
Thank you, Board President, Dr. Agakanian. I have several things that I want to share with the community. Number one is just a general appreciation for all our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, and all our team members in Burbank Unified. Everyone is ready for Wednesday morning. We're excited about the school year starting. We're excited about getting to classrooms and seeing kids show up and getting all that started for the brand new school year. So I know we're very hyper-focused on that and very excited to be at that start of another school year that's upon us. And I love the energy. I've been visiting a lot of campuses, have opportunities to visit different places I have not been able to do in my years here, and very excited about the energy. Ms. Schwartz, thank you for speaking on behalf of BTA. Very important to know. I'm looking forward to having that dialogue with you and your members, also with CSEA and BASA, to get to a place where we are better. And admittedly, it's something that we all know. We're not where we need to be. We need to be at a better place. And that's fully something that I'm aware of and very deeply committed to. So I wanted to make sure I did make a statement to that. Before I hand this over to our Director of Secondary Education, because we have some announcements and celebrations, I did want to make a general statement as to what occurred last week so the community is fully aware, and I want to read and share this. I want to personally address the cancellation of the August 7th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. The agenda was not posted within the required 72-hour window, as outlined by the Ralph M. Brown Act. This procedural error would have violated open meeting laws, which are designed to protect transparency and public access. As interim superintendent, I take full responsibility for this oversight and sincerely apologize for the disruption and major inconvenience it caused to our board members, to our district staff, our teachers, our support staff members, and in general to our community members who plan to be there that evening and attend and engage. This was an internal error, and we have taken and will continue to take swift action to correct anything to that nature. Let me be clear on the following. Any suggestion or conversation that this was done in avoidance of any public comment is just not true. It is false. We are committed to open dialogue and community engagement, especially during these important times. And a quick little side note for the community, for those of you who participated in our new series of dialogue with Dr. Marcias, Voices of Burbank Unified. Thank you for attending this morning. There will be more sessions to that in the near future. Absolutely deeply committed to that dialogue and getting to a place where we are able to move forward. So thank you for letting me share that statement. Now I do turn my time over to Ms. Markison, our Director of Secondary Education and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We have some very happy announcements that we've been long delayed to share, and I want to apologize to our administrators and their family members who have been very patient with us. Ms. Markison.
Good evening, Board President Agakanian, members of the board, Superintendent Macias, and staff members of Burbank Unified. I have the distinct pleasure tonight of introducing Burbank Unified School District's new secondary school administrators. You will see some new faces and some familiar faces. You will also see an extremely talented and dedicated group of educators who are here for students, staff, families, and the community. I know you'll be as excited as I am to have them as team members. The first administrator I would like to introduce is Dr. James Terulli.
Come on up.
The Burbank Unified School District is happy to announce Dr. James Terulli as the new Assistant Principal of Student Services at Burbank High School, effective immediately. Dr. Terulli retired just before the pandemic, but found that he missed the energy and challenge of working with students and staff, so he came out of retirement to work again and serve as the Assistant Principal of Luther Burbank Middle School for the past 2 years. Dr. Terulli began his career in education as a court and community school teacher. He has extensive experience in dealing with school safety and student discipline. He has worked as a school administrator for more than 20 years, serving at school sites as the principal of middle schools and several continuation high schools. At the district level, he has served in previous districts as a director of curriculum, director of alternative programs, and in 2 districts as the director of student services. In his last position before retirement, Dr. Terulli established an adult education charter school for his district and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department at the Twin Towers Men's Central Jail in downtown Los Angeles. Please join us in welcoming Dr. James Terulli as the new Assistant Principal of Student Services at Burbank High School.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Macias, members of cabinet, extremely proud to be here tonight. I represent a largely unrecognized minority, those of us who are 6'5" and over. And I appreciate very much the opportunities that have been given to me in Burbank. I love Luther, but I'm a high school person, I think, at heart, and so I really enjoyed the transition over to Burbank High School. And I appreciate this opportunity and the new challenge. And I don't know what I'm going to be when I grow up, is what I tell my wife. So thank you very much.
Next, I have Miss Anna Yegiance. She was going to come, but I haven't seen her yet. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and wait and introduce her at another meeting where she can be present. Next, Miss Yesenia Lopez Ashkar. Unified School District is happy to announce Ms. Yesenia Lopez Ashkar as the new Assistant Principal of Luther Burbank Middle School, effective August 1st, 2025. She has been promoted from her current role of counselor at Burbank High School. Ms. Lopez Ashkar is married with 3 amazing children, 4-year-old Leilani, 3-year-old Isabella, and 10-month-old Santiago, who I think are all here tonight to support mom. She was born in the Valley, but grew up in Mexico for 10 years. She returned to the United States to attend college and accomplish her career goals, attending Cal State Northridge for a BA in psychology, as well as an MA in counseling with an emphasis in marriage and family therapy and school counseling. Ms. Lopez Ashgar's journey in education began in 2013 with BUSD as a one-on-one behavioral aide at 3 different school sites: Luther Burbank Middle School, Burbank High School, and John Burroughs High School. Since then, she has had the opportunity to grow through a variety of roles, including intervention specialist at Walt Disney Elementary and school counselor at Burbank High School. Throughout her career, Ms. Lopez Ashgar has worked across multiple grade levels and school settings, always grounded in a commitment to equity, building strong relationships, and supporting the academic and personal growth of all students. One of her greatest passions is creating systems that uplift both students and staff. Coming from a Latino background, she deeply values the power of representation and connection. She strives to foster an inclusive and supportive environment where all students and families feel seen, heard, and respected. Ms. Lopez Ashgar looks forward to learning from each of you, working collaboratively to support our students, and continuing to build on the strong foundation at Luther. She is happy to be back and excited to be a Yellow Jacket again. Please join us in congratulating Yesenia Lopez Ashgar as the new assistant principal of Luther Burbank Middle School.
Good evening. I kind of wrote something down because I get very nervous and I'll forget. Good evening, district leadership, Dr. Macias, and the members of the cabinet. I am thrilled to be at Luther Burbank Middle School, and I'm eager to help create new and lasting experiences for our students and our staff. This moment really feels like a full circle for me, as I have the privilege of returning to Luther, where my journey began 11 years ago as a classified employee. I consider myself a testament to the power of professional growth, and I'm especially grateful for the support I've received from both my family and this district. That support has helped me grow, rise, and step into new roles over the years. I'm looking forward to continuing that growth alongside with such a dedicated leader, with Mr. Taylor. And I'm incredibly excited to work with the Luther team. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to serving the community in a deeper way. And I'm really excited.
Okay, now on to our secondary principals. Next, I have Mr. Daniel DeMundo. The Burbank Unified School District is happy to announce Mr. Daniel DeMundo as the new principal of alternative education effective July 1st, 2025, which includes Monterey High School, the SOAR program at Monterey, the Independent Learning Academy, and Magnolia Park. Daniel DeMundo began his career in education in 1996 as an elementary school teacher in the Elk Grove Unified School District, where he served students in both Title I and higher socioeconomic communities. While earning his master's degree in educational leadership, he became active in educator advocacy at the local, state, and national levels. Living in Northern California provided frequent opportunities to engage directly with legislators. These experiences ignited a lasting passion for education policy and reform. In 2008, Mr. DeMundo joined Glendale Unified School District as a teacher and quickly moved into leadership roles. He served as a teacher specialist and then assistant principal before becoming the principal of Glen Oaks Elementary School, a position he had aspired to since entering the field. His 7 years at Glen Oaks were among the most rewarding of his career as he focused on building a strong, inclusive school culture. Though he expected to remain there for years to come, a new opportunity led him to alternative education in 2022. He was offered the chance to work as the assistant principal overseeing Glendale Unified's alternative schools, Allen F. Daly High School, Jewel City Community Day School, and Verdugo Academy. Working in alternative education has become a source of deep fulfillment for Mr. DeMondo as he helps students navigate personal and academic challenges on their path to a high school diploma. He is excited to bring his experience, dedication, and compassion to the Burbank Unified School District as the new principal of alternative education, where he looks forward to continuing this meaningful work. He also looks forward to enjoying a healthy rivalry as 2 of the 3 children he and his wife have will be attending Crescenta Valley High School next year and will be playing boys volleyball and girls lacrosse. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Daniel DeMondo as the principal of alternative education.
President Agakanian, members of the board, Dr. Macias, cabinet, and district staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I really mean, I did not intend to leave Glendale. I pictured myself retiring there. But once I discovered the world of alternative education, this opportunity simply fell in my lap at a dinner one night. I applied and here I am. Thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to represent 4 different programs that will serve often marginalized people that just need a different path to become successful learners. And it's great to give them the opportunity. I used to, like Mr. Terulli, I used to think I wanted to be an elementary school principal when I grew up, but I'm not sure what I want to be yet. So I'm enjoying the journey. My biggest struggle is the color. I'm used to blue and green. Every school I've been at has been blue or green somehow. But my kids are helping me with the fashion choices. So I've got the shoes going. I've got a few ties, but I look forward to a very fruitful career with my time at Burbank. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Hey, next, I would like to introduce Mr. Stephen Hubble. The Burbank Unified School District is happy to announce Mr. Stephen Hubble as the new principal of Burbank High School effective July 1st, 2025. He has been promoted from his current role as the principal of Luther Burbank Middle School. Well, current past role. Mr. Stephen Hubble is a lifelong resident of Burbank and a product of the Burbank Unified School District. He attended William McKinley, Dolores Huerta, and John Burroughs High School. He earned his undergraduate degree in aeronautical and mechanical engineering from the University of California, Davis, where he also played football and track and field for the Aggies. Mr. Hubble began his professional career in education in the fall of 1994, serving primarily as a chemistry teacher for 21 years within the Burbank and William S. Hart Union High School districts. Throughout his teaching tenure, he held roles such as department chair and coached track and football teams. He holds 3 master's degrees in industrial and systems engineering from USC, education from APU, and educational leadership from Concordia University. In the summer of 2017, Mr. Hubble transitioned into administration, initially serving as the Burbank Unified School District's summer school principal for credit recovery programs. He subsequently took on the role of Title I coordinator at Luther Burbank Middle School. Over the next 5 years, he served as an assistant principal at Burbank High School and John Burroughs High School. He gained experience across various administrative roles, including discipline, athletics and activities, guidance, special education, and curriculum and instruction. Most recently, Mr. Hubble served as the principal of Luther Burbank Middle School for the past 3 years. Under his leadership, he implemented professional learning communities to foster collaborative teacher development and enhance student engagement through increased participation in all city competitions, including basketball and track and field, with volleyball scheduled to be introduced next year. Additionally, Mr. Hubble prioritized the development of executive functioning skills among middle school students to support their academic and personal growth. A proud father of 2 sons, both of whom are graduates of BUSD and currently attending college, Mr. Hubble remains deeply committed to the Burbank community and is proud to be a Burbank High School Bulldog again. Please join us in congratulating Mr. Stephen Hubble as the new principal of Burbank High School.
Before I go too far, let's get started. I was told by Dr. Macias to keep it a secret, and I can't keep a secret with my mom in my life because she was going to tell everybody at Lancers or everybody at Pavilions, the grocery store. So I've been keeping it quiet as long. It's out of the bag, Mom. I'm a bulldog. Okay. So I want to give a shout out to the Luther Jacket Nation, the students, the parents, the staff. They helped me. They had patience with me. Because of them, my growth. So I'm super happy to be back. I've had so much love from the Bulldogs, the staff. It's a warm welcome. A lot of old friends, a lot of new friends. So I'm excited to be back. I've learned so much. I've grown so much. I have so many other mentors in my life that have helped me throughout my path, and I'm very, very appreciative of all their support throughout the years. So thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Okay, and last but certainly not least, Mr. Edwin Taylor. The Burbank Unified School District is happy to announce Mr. Edwin Taylor as the new principal of Luther Burbank Middle School effective July 1st, 2025. He has been promoted from his current role of Assistant Principal of Athletics and Activities of Burbank High School. Edwin Taylor is a seasoned educational leader with over 2 decades of experience dedicated to student success, school improvement, and inclusive practices. He believes that education is a trailblazing force that empowers students to reach their full potentials. At the core of his philosophy is the belief that every student can learn and excel if presented with a supportive and inclusive community that caters to that student's individual instructional needs. His role as an educator and leader is to empower students and staff to take ownership of their skills and talents, build a positive and safe environment, and provide focus and direction for students to see future success in high school and post-secondary explorations. Prior to his administrative work, Mr. Taylor taught special education for 13 years, demonstrating a deep commitment to equity and supporting the diverse needs of all learners. His classroom experience continues to inform his leadership style, centered on structure, responsiveness, and student-centered decision-making. Beyond academics, Mr. Taylor has played a key role in student engagement through athletics. He has successfully coached football, basketball, and track and field, earning multiple district championships and guiding a team to a state runner-up title. He strongly believes that robust extracurricular programs are essential in building school pride, student confidence, and community connection. Mr. Taylor earned a master's degree in educational leadership from the University of Houston, Victoria, equipping him with the knowledge and tools to inspire and lead school communities with vision and integrity. A proud U.S. Army veteran, Mr. Taylor brings discipline, resilience, and a service-driven mindset to his professional life. He is a member of the local Veterans of Foreign Wars chapter, continuing his lifelong commitment to service and leadership. Outside of work, Mr. Taylor enjoys traveling with his wife, Carmelita. They are the proud parents of 2 children, Alexandria and Israel, both graduates of the University of Texas at Austin. He loves fishing and attending sporting events as well. Please join us in congratulating Edwin Taylor as the new principal of Luther Burbank Middle School.
I'd like to thank you, board members and BUSD leaders. I'm not originally from California, but this small town of Burbank has been very good to me. Being a Louisiana boy, coming from a small town, y'all have made this a home. I've been out, I originally came here, went to Dolores Huerta and worked with the families and students there, and I was welcome and built great relationships. I was fortunate to work at our alternative school and build great, strong relationships with people who, I still have game night with. And the same thing at Burbank High School. You really have a great community here, a lot of great people. And I hope to bring the same level of family, community to the Yellow Jackets. I was immediately corrected when I got the core values wrong. I had them in the wrong order: respect, excellence, and community. Well, that's what I plan on continuing to bring to that school. Everybody has been so great, and I won't let you down. I appreciate everyone here, all the friends and family members that are here. Thank y'all for your support, and we're going to have a great year. Thank you.
Wow. All right. Dr. Macias, go ahead.
Just wanted to make a general statement for all our new administrators or administrators in new positions that not only am I excited for you to be where you're at and serving your communities, I'm personally excited to be able to call upon you and your service to your communities. I look forward to working with you in your sites, you as principals, having conversations, visiting your campuses. The energy and vibe and charisma that you're bringing already is exciting. And that's what I want to redirect our entire community. That's the strongest focus and at our core why we exist, why this district is a great district is because what happens at our school sites. From our site leaders, our teachers, our support staff members, by extension, every school community that belongs to each of those schools, that is a focus. So I'm glad that you are here joining Burbank Unified in your capacity. So I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Weisman.
So to Ms. Lopez Ashgar, Dr. T, Mr. DeMundo, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Hubble, it's just so exciting to see you up here. It reminds me, as Dr. Macias said, of why we're doing what we're doing. We have such a unique, diverse, innovative group of teachers and thoughtful students, and you are going to lead them all in such a phenomenal direction. I hope that you will look to us as board members, as support system for all of you. You'll definitely see us around. But it's an exciting time when we listen to all of your accomplishments. They're so varied, they're so dynamic. It's a great moment for BUSD that we see so many wonderful people looking to become part of the team. And that speaks volumes. So welcome to the family. And I look forward to getting to know those of you I haven't yet met and getting to know those of you I have met even better. So welcome.
Any of my colleagues? Yes.
Dr. Trulli, welcome. The idea of my cousin's husband retired and he and I are the same age. And I said, okay. And basically he just came back and he goes, I'm failing retirement terribly. He was an assistant superintendent out in Culver City. And I was like, yeah, we got it. It's that energy you get. And I met with all the new teachers last week at the orientation. And I said, for us as educators, this is the beginning of the year, right? August is when the year starts and June is when it ends. And the middle part, summer, that's just more time to do a lot more work. So I definitely understand that. Ms. Lopez Ashgar, congratulations. It's amazing hearing of all your accomplishments. And then I think your greatest one was being able to hear your accomplishments. Like, wow. Mr. Del Mundo, it looks like you're going to have a fruitful and fashionable time here. So I do commend you for that and have wonderful school at Monterey. I'm from Montebello. Mr. Hubble, you come from a lineage of service to the Burbank Unified School District. So it's wonderful to see that it's progressing and going to the principalship and really becoming one of the leaders directly of the kids. So congratulations. And Mr. Taylor, my daughter and my niece, where all the kids in my family are Yellow Jackets. So it's a wonderful school. That they have things like, let's have a fundraiser and have the kids run through the halls. I was like, oh, well, okay then. So just a great environment. So congratulations to you all. We're starting off. It's go time. You ready?
Vice President.
Thank you. Just
congratulations to our new folks, to Dr. Teruli and Mr. DeMundo yeah, congratulations to everyone and welcome to our new folks. One of the things that occurred to me as we were hearing about all of these folks' background is that all of these administrators are immensely qualified. And what spoke to me was that they all have experience for and a passion for ensuring equity and access for all students, whether it's in adult education, alternative education, Title I, right? You heard that throughout all of these bios, and I think that's really exciting, right? I really love to see people at the helm who want to make sure that every student is reached. That's really very cool. I think Luther and Burbank High and all of the many alt ed programs, but especially including Monterey, are really special, right? They're really special places. I really can't wait to see the amazing things that you all do there. I will say, Mr. DeMundo, you should know that Monterey has some amazing graphic designs that you should really take a look at because they are gracing many of my things. I have got some Panthers. They're very cool. And just congratulations and welcome. And we're excited to see what you do.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Lopez Ashkar. And I love your story and your journey. It's very inspiring. Dr. T, welcome. And we also have Mr. DeMundo. Yes, yeah, you're gonna learn to wear the right colors at the right minute. So, but you're in a good start. I love your Adidas's with the red stripes and the black. We also have Mr. Taylor here. I'm going to ask you later who's your favorite college football team, but I won't say it right now here. Where is he? You're like, you're from, you went to Texas, right? Yeah. Is that? Oh, well, all right. Uh-oh. A lot of USC people here, so. And Mr. Hubble, I've always been impressed with the work you do, but I'm not surprised. Your mother being here, former board member. For those of you who don't know, thank you for all you've done, Ms. Hubble, for our district and our kids, and you've raised a good son. And I'm happy to say next year you're going to see a lot more of me because our kid will be a bulldog next year. So we will see you even more next year. But congratulations and congratulations to all of these individuals. Being an educator is a commitment that changes our lives, not only for our children, but our communities. And I want to thank you. This is a job that no one does it for the money. It's all about what we do for our kids. And again, I still go visit my teachers. I still go, if they pass, to their funerals, and I see my friends there. And we talk about stories, about the impact and what these individuals have made in our lives and how they have formed and shaped our future. So thank you for all you do. As my colleague said earlier, we always say this, we're here. You have access to our cell phones, emails. If you ever need anything, you're one text away or a call away. So congratulations, and we look forward to working with you. Let's have another round of applause for all of them.
Dr. Arcanian, I have one more comment to add as we start the school year, because our teachers already have this, our site principals know about this, and this will be a more of a formal campaign, continuing with the United Against Hate campaign, the relationship and partnership we have with the Burbank Human Relations Council. Posters, they generously have provided that for our communities and our school classrooms. We'll get into it more formally at another board meeting, but I wanted to make sure that we're partnering with them and looking forward to working more. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 9, request to address the board. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda items on any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a wide request card and turning it to Ms. Quintero. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. No more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker except the unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternative to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. Do we have any virtual speakers? All right, we don't have any virtual speakers. Okay, Joel Schlossman.
I like it. Sitting behind me is, hundreds of years of wisdom and service to this community, and I salute all these folks, and there's a lot of wisdom here, and I hope that you'll listen and pay attention. The speakers coming behind me. Musical chairs around here is nothing new, and we're not done yet. There's going to be an announcement tomorrow, and it's just, more of the same. And it's got to be demoralizing for the employees to see all this change. Gavin over there is going to be writing another story about the change. His work's not done either. Item 11D on your agenda, you're going to spend $167,000 to remove and replace some solar panels. I've asked you for years for a cost benefit analysis. I've never gotten it. How can you folks make decisions with this kind of money without making it from a position of authority and knowing what you're talking about? I asked Mr. Maxwell about it. He has no clue either. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way.
Okay, no,
Okay.
back and forth.
Okay, I asked about solar panels and the benefit, the cost benefit analysis. That was my exact words.
No.
That's right. And I,
Excuse me, this is not we can have a discussion.
Item 12A has to do with minutes from a year and a half ago. And I want to make a correction there. I had asked Ms. Weisberg if she could name the 5 elements of the First Amendment. She could not, and I'm quoted as talking about the first 5 amendments, and that's not what I was talking about at all. Ricky used to say to Lucy, "You've got some splaining to do." And Mr. Agakanian, you've got some splaining to do. I don't begrudge Hill, Paramo, or Cantwell for the good contracts that they negotiate for themselves. But I hold you accountable for these shitty contracts for our students and our teachers and our employees. You give away the store to this, and you have to have some accountability and responsibility. How is it you can have an employee who doesn't come to work on a regular basis? You negotiated that. Where's your ownership of it? You approved it. You voted on it. You look at me like I'm insane, but I'm not. I see the contracts. Okay. You yourself, Mr. Agakanian, said at the beginning of the new year, "I only want to hear good news." And that's your mentality. But you need to hear the bad news too, because there's a lot of it that change that needs to occur within this district. And your attitude is problematic. I've accused you all of being rubber stamps, and the fullness of time of you folks continually voting 5-0, 4-0 lately has proven me to be correct, that you just don't discuss things that need to be discussed. And I don't think you're doing a good job. I don't think, Mr. Agakanian, that you've exhibited leadership or ownership for the actions that have gone on here. My goal, I can't speak for everybody else. I want to leave things better than I found it. And that's what I teach my children. I've made up my mind about you. You've not you have not left things better than you found it. How do you feel? Do you feel that you're leaving things better than you find them? That's a heck of a discussion right there. I think that your leadership style is to simply ignore the problems that we have. So many times I come here and I talk about various things and they're just ignored. And it's on you. It's on you to either answer, these are questions you should know, or you should direct staff, which you never do, to get these answers. I feel that all of you have looted us from the inside. That word, L-O-O-T, it has to do with taking money from the inside. Your administrators decide they want more money. and you just vote yes. Whatever reasons, whatever justifications, but there's consequences to your actions. And our parents, our students, we need the money. And you've given away the store. And like I said, I don't begrudge Paramo and Cantwell and things that I've never heard of. You know, can you imagine you gave Paramo $10,000 to do whatever he wanted with, and then when you're questioned, you said $10,000 is nothing, and you voted for it. People are all up in arms about this $93,000 Tabit deal. It was your vote with Hill that cost us over 400,000, probably closer to 500,000. You voted to cancel his contract, give him a new contract before it was expired, and then you voted to fire him 3 months later. And you won't talk about it because you say things like, it's a personnel matter, it's a legal issue, and you never have to answer for your actions, but your decisions have cost us far more.
Next, we have Kelly Clark.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Clark. I'm a district retiree, as are my husband and most of my family. Together with many of the speakers here, as has already been mentioned, we represent hundreds of years of service, 200 years in our family alone. We're retired, but we've stayed engaged after retirement because we still care about this place that we gave so much of our lives to. I'd like to talk to you tonight about choices. As teachers and as parents, we impress upon our children that choices have consequences. For example, someone has chosen to circulate the idea that Old Burbank is trying to take down the board. Old Burbank. Consequently, I chose to speak tonight and clear that up. You can say old, but in this case, experienced and knowledgeable are more accurate. And as for taking down the board, no, we are your constituents, as much as your current students and staff. Many of us are property owners whose taxes fund your bonds. And as your constituents, we expect that you will fulfill your fiduciary duty. That is holding you accountable, not trying to take you down. I encourage you to listen to these other speakers tonight with open hearts and open minds. They are knowledgeable and experienced people who value integrity and honesty and who genuinely want to see the district succeed. They have years of experience in accounting and running businesses, as site and district office leaders and administrators, as board members, as teachers who have been on the front lines for decades, as community members who have given thousands of hours and raised countless thousands of dollars in support of our students. These experienced and knowledgeable people are committed to working on behalf of the entire community to rebuild Burbank's good reputation. To that end, if you don't address how we got here, we won't be able to move forward. Which brings me back to choices and consequences. We have seen a lot of pearl clutching over Ms. Tabbitt's betrayal, but no acknowledgement as to why she was able to succeed. The systemic failures being brought to your attention now had to be in place in order for her to get away with it. She knew that, and they were. According to your comments in past meetings, you have blamed many of these failures on staffing shortages and turnover. That is a separate issue and should definitely be investigated. But staff turnover didn't prompt private conversations about agenda items instead of discussions in open session, nor why you chose to violate your agreement with CSEA by approving an outside contract. And while staff shortage may have been the initial reason for a missing warrant report or two, you opted not to address it publicly, and it was well over a year before they appeared on the agenda again. These failures are a direct result of choices that were made, and you need to figure out how and why they were made if you hope to win back the public's trust. To be clear, questioning and seeking to educate is not trying to take down the board. Asking for the transparency and accountability that you promised this community after the $11 million mess is not trying to take down the board. As voters who put you here, we deserve and expect that transparency and accountability on all issues at all times. So please, drop the gaslighting, the intimidation, the condescension, and own the decisions that got you here, learn from them, and be honest in your effort to do the right thing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Walmsley.
Good evening. Knowing that the voters of Burbank have given you, the trustees of this district, $500 million in a facility bond, I'm here tonight to ask you a question. The applications for candidates to serve on the required Facilities Oversight Committee are on your website. In addition to that information, there is also this sentence. After interviewing potential members at a public meeting, the board shall appoint the members of the committee. My question is, when are you doing these public interviews? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathy Willis. Wills? Right. Yeah, Wills. Thank you. Followed by Barry Sarn.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Wells, and I'm here to talk about questions and answers. At the July 24th board meeting, you, the trustees of the district, were asked questions by some of your constituents. All of them did so with the caveat that they were disappointed by and disapproved of the way you are leading this district. After hearing your inability to answer their questions, I must say that I agree with their concerns. I am a teacher, and 4 of the 5 of the school board are teachers. As teachers, we encourage our students to be curious, to ask questions, to seek information, and help them think critically and form opinions using facts. Your constituents are your students. They are looking to you for answers to their questions. They want you to do the job that you were elected to do. They're not interested in hearing that you two are asking the same questions, or we need to be united in our approach to making children feel safe, and that your focus is on getting ready for school to start. The people who voted for you expect you to get the information and provide the answers to the questions they are asking, and to please do so in a timely manner. Among the questions you've already been asked are, why wasn't the position of Chief Administrative Officer flown publicly to allow other qualified candidates to apply? Why did you create this position for Mr. Cantwell when his previous oversight included an $11 million accounting error? I ask, how is it okay to give Mr. Cantwell a promotion, a raise, and reduce his workdays? In our current hard times, when our schools are cutting positions or we're sharing staff, it's hard to watch someone who made huge errors get rewarded. If a teacher made critical errors like this, they would be placed on an improvement plan, not be promoted. I know teachers have substitutes when they are out sick, unable to work. When Mr. Cantwell takes his vacations, sick days, furloughs, sudden unplanned lengthy absences, does Mr. Cantwell have a substitute who is capable of stepping in? And if so, who is that person? If Mr. Cantwell is now supervising the spending of the voter-approved $500 million bond, given the many financial issues brought up over the last several board meetings, is he even the right person to supervise this money? When you do not find and communicate the answers to these questions and the many questions the community is asking, then you're not doing your job. Your due date for answers would be the next board meeting, as this will allow you to properly agendize the above topics and questions. We know all these requests take time and effort, but again, you chose to run for this position. I assume you knew what the job paid and what the job entailed. Budgets aren't the fun part of the work, and keeping track of money is important in how Burbank will stay or get back to great. If the job is taking too much time, becoming too difficult and stressful, then you always have the option of resigning or an educator talk. You can drop the class before you get the grade of an F.
Barry Sarna? Not here? Oh, there you are. How are you?
Not too bad for a member of the old guard. Yes, I am Barry Sarna. I am a resident taxpayer, retired teacher, but I'm still a substitute teacher because, as you said, sometimes you can't get away from it. On July 10th, a community member, Ms. Bax, asked the board why warrant reports had not appeared on board agendas for over a year. That question, like similar ones raised by the Burbank leader, received no answer. That's unacceptable. I'm here tonight because I've reviewed the long overdue warrant reports presented on June 5th, July 10th, and what I found raises serious concerns. As a teacher, I occasionally expect to see reimbursements for school-related expenses, but what I didn't expect to see was over $20,000 in reimbursements to a single employee, Dennis Maxwell, Director of Facilities. Why is he using a personal credit card at all? District policy calls for employees to use purchase orders or district-issued credit cards. And yet, Mr. Maxwell submitted 30 separate reimbursement requests, an amount no other employee even comes close to. Board Member Weisberg recently stated that these reimbursements are tied to purchase orders, so I took the time to look through some of these, and what I found was troubling. Among the first entries was $2,500 and change reimbursement to Mr. Maxwell's wife, Tiffany, for an ambulance ride. At least one had some detail. Most of Maxwell's requests simply say facilities, supplies, or repair materials, not nearly enough information for public accountability. What's more, these reimbursements suggest Mr. Maxwell was repeatedly able to take advantage of credit card perks such as points, cash back, using public funds. That's a personal benefit with no public jurisdiction. But the perks don't end there. Mr. Maxwell drives a district-owned vehicle home to Santa Clarita every day, his wife riding along. That's 2 BUSD employees. Each, or sorry about the ring, I was expecting a doctor and you should shut up now. Each earning over $140,000 a year, commuting on taxpayer-funded gas, while most classified employees who earned around $48,000 a year get no such benefit. If there's a need for emergency access to a vehicle, why not pay mileage reimbursement for personal vehicles? That would be far more fiscally responsible. Where was the oversight? Mr. Maxwell's supervisor, Mr. Cantwell, had to approve these reimbursements. Why didn't anyone in physical purchasing department raise concerns after the 10th or even the 20th request? Board Member Weisberg has said she reviews the purchase orders with a fine-tooth comb. Then why wasn't Mr. Maxwell's name appearing dozens of times questioned? These are precisely the kinds of things that make monthly warrant reports essential. And not just because they're best practice, they are required by board policy. The Burbank Leader reported $82.5 million in payments covering nearly a year were not presented to the board until June 5th, 2025. That's a serious breach of public trust. We elect board members to provide careful, ethical, physical oversight. That means asking questions before the money is spent. Had the required monthly warrant reports been presented, perhaps Greenwist's name, which appeared in the purchase order as far back as December 2024, would have been noticed by the public or by one of you. I want to acknowledge that the added detail in recent reports is a step in the right direction. Following the 2024 fact recommendations report, but more transparency is still needed. It took me less than an hour to read through some of the purchase orders, so I assume you would have time to do that. If this board cannot provide transparency, diligence, and accountability that the Burbank taxpayers deserve, I would ask you all to consider stepping aside. Thank you.
Next, we have Suzanne Wirtz, followed by Alexandra Helfrich.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Macias, and community members. I'm Suzanne Wirtz, a longtime Burbank resident and parent of 2 Burroughs graduates who went through all 13 years in BUSD schools. In my work with Burbank Arts for All Foundation, the PTA, and numerous booster organizations, I've helped raise well over $1 million to support our schools. I believe in BUSD, and I thank our dedicated teachers and staff at the school sites whose commitment to our students is extraordinary. As someone who has served on multiple boards in Burbank and at my university, I am familiar with the need for accurate minutes to serve as an official record of actions taken at a meeting. I'm here to speak to item 12A, approval of minutes. The single set of minutes submitted today is from February 1st, 2024, 18 months ago. Prior to this evening, the most recent minutes were presented on May 1st of this year. The single set on that agenda was from January 18th, 2024, more than 16 months prior. Yet those approved minutes still don't appear on Granicus, where the public can view them. It's baffling. Nearly 18 months worth of meeting minutes are still missing from the board agendas. This isn't just an inconvenience, it's a legal and ethical issue, and it brings up a series of questions. But first, I need to clear something up. The community knows that Member Tabbitt was dishonest with you by not disclosing her relationship to Clerical Specialized when it first appeared on the agenda September 4th, 2024. We know that you feel lied to by Dr. Paramo and betrayed by Ms. Tabbitt. Ms. Weisberg spoke about this topic for 12 minutes at the last board meeting, so we don't need to hear those points again. Instead, perhaps you can answer the outstanding questions about your individual actions and decisions. California's Brown Act and Educational Code 35163 mandates that minutes be kept at public school board meetings. School boards are required to keep meeting minutes to maintain transparency and accountability in their decision-making process. These minutes serve as a public record of a board's actions, ensuring that the public can understand how decisions are made and hold their elected officials accountable. Board Policy 9322, Agenda Meeting Minutes Materials, makes it the president's responsibility to ensure meeting minutes are included in the agendas. Board Policy 9123 tasks the clerk with signing the minutes after approval. These are not optional duties, they are essential to transparency. So let's talk about responsibilities. President Agakanian, you've been on the board since 2015. As clerk in 2023, you saw only 5 sets of minutes submitted for approval across 28 meetings. Clerk Weisberg, you were clerk in 2022 and president in 2024. During your presidency, 22 board meetings were held. Minutes were presented were often 10 to 15 months late, and none were from meetings that occurred in 2024. Vice President Ponser Kamkar, as clerk in 2024, there were no meetings posted for meetings that, no minutes posted for meetings that took place during that entire year that you served in that role. Since December 2024, under President Agakanian and Clerk Tabbitt, and now Clerk Weisberg, there have been 18 meetings. Only 5 sets of minutes have been approved, despite the board spending $93,000 on a 6-month contract to catch up on the 26 missing sets. And even the minutes that have been approved this year, like those in March and May, were from meetings held 13 to 18 months ago. The public deserves a complete and timely legal record. I appreciate your time, and thank you again to our teachers and staff who are working diligently to prepare our schools for a successful year for all of Burbank students.
Next, we have Alexandra Helfrich, followed by Jeff Vanderbilt.
Good evening. I'm Alexandra Helfrich. Like my colleague, Mrs. Wirtz, for more than 13 years, I served as a PTA and Booster Association officer and as an executive board member of the Burbank Arts for All Foundation. Together with my fellow board members, I shared responsibility for raising and donating well over $1 million to this district at a time when the community had faith in the Board of Education's careful management of district finances. I'm here to follow up on Ms. Wirtz's comments regarding item 12A, approval of minutes. At this moment, there is no public record of the board's actions, no legal record of the decisions of the Board of Education for all of 2024 and 2025. This is a shared failure of duty by the entire board, each of you. When this issue first came to light last fall, there were 26 missing sets of minutes. That number is now up to 35, and we still don't have clear answers. Here's my questions, and please remember, none of these have anything to do with the betrayal Ms. Wirtz covered earlier. These questions are new and deserve to be answered. Did any of you at any point during the past 18 months ask in a public meeting, what's going on with the missing minutes? Now that that issue has been widely acknowledged since early June, why haven't the most recent meetings at least been submitted for approval, especially with a police investigation underway? Doesn't the district need accurate records? Do you recognize that approving minutes from meetings over a year ago is nearly impossible and in some cases a violation of education code? For example, 4 sets of minutes list the wrong approval date, noted as July 18th, 2024, a day the board didn't even meet. Strangely, the same sets had correct dates in the agenda packets for March 27th, 25, but wrong ones were uploaded to Granicus. Was this backdating intentional or just sloppy? Either way, it's misleading. Also, none of the minutes posted online are signed by the clerk as required. Why is that? Another egregious example. The minutes from December 21st, 23, approved almost a year later in November of 24, are incomplete, omitting, among other things, the legally required officer election outcomes. That's a clear violation of Education Code 35143. For the record, we don't have minutes for the annual election of officers in 2024 either. These are just a few examples of mistakes I've stumbled over quite by accident. I wonder what a more thorough review of the record would uncover. And all of this occurred after the district hired a full-time staff member in fall 2024 with specific responsibility to prepare and distribute comprehensive minutes at a cost of about $72,000 a year. So more questions. Was that employee tasked with producing backlogged or even current minutes? If not, why not? Were they doing that work at all? Are they doing that work now? And on July 24th, Member Weisberg said, "We definitely wouldn't have needed to have spent that much money if we had a BUSD employee." Why then did you approve $90,000 to an outside contractor when you could have hired another full-time staffer at a much lower cost for an entire year? Did any of you request the required written documentation from CSEA proving that union staff had denied this work? And where's Mr. Cantwell? He was in the agenda for the rescheduled meeting last week, but removed from the agenda for tonight. Member Weisberg recently told the Burbank leader that we just didn't anticipate Andy being gone. He's been missing for 2 months, but you guys did give him 70 days off a year. Board members, you have the right, the responsibility as stewards of taxpayer dollars to demand accountability, fiscal management, and compliance with the law. Have you done that? And most importantly, since the problem of missing minutes still has not been resolved, and since public trust in this board has eroded, what is your plan to rectify the increasingly dire missing minutes situation, now 35 sets, and make sure there is a legal record of this board? If you're unable to directly answer that question today, please consider stepping down. You've had more than enough time to figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeff Vanderborg, followed by Michael Hastings.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members. My name is Jeff Vandervoort. Dr. Weisberg, at the last board meeting, I was flabbergasted when you directly addressed me saying, Mr. Vandervoort feels really comfortable denigrating and maligning our work ethic and our intelligence. As a former council member, I learned very quickly that listening to criticism is the job of an elected official. I didn't like it, but I also learned that deflecting and making excuses did not work. I am disheartened you think by criticizing failures means I malign and denigrate your work ethic and intelligence. Allow me to repeat what I have tried to convey on my 2 prior appearances. I am disappointed at your failure to properly oversee the management and financial accountability of our district. I have now watched many of your board meetings, and like earlier tonight, I have seen how much you care about our students, our teachers, our principals, and our administrators with whom you say you have developed a good working relationship. But what I haven't seen is you holding those administrators accountable. A good working relationship does not prevent you from doing oversight. I read the report to Mr. Cantwell's new job description, and I noticed it states his salary will be partially paid by bond funds. Doesn't this go directly against the promises you made us, the voters? No money for salaries. You campaigned on some of this to support the bond, Ms. Cano. These are the exact words you, this board, wrote when you asked us, the voters, to vote in favor of the ABC bond measure. You even capitalized the word no. On your agenda tonight, you also have the ratification of an agreement with Lozano Smith, attorney at law, for $403,000. It lists the bond fund as one of 3 sources for payment. Again, doesn't this go against your promises to the voters? Nowhere on the long, detailed list of construction projects included on the ballot did it mention paying for attorneys. To your staff, using a small amount of bond funds for a portion of an administrator's salary and attorney's fees may seem like a good idea. It doesn't to those of us who voted for the bond. Hopefully it doesn't to you as well. Yet no one on the board has come up to question staff. These are the examples of oversight failures. You have already spent $30 million on construction work paid with Measure ABC funds without the oversight committee you're legally required to have in place. Suggesting you have a committee for Measure S doesn't work. They're just 2 different apples and bananas. It just doesn't work. As important as proclamations and commendations and school schedules are, you need to consider restructuring your 50 to 60 hours of work you give to the board or however long you spend. Make overseeing the management and financial expenditures of our district the top priority it needs to be. Hire experienced leaders. If the people you hire need to learn on the job, they're not ready for the leadership position. How fiscally sound was it, as someone mentioned, to spend not $10,000 but $20,000 on a mentor for Dr. Paramo after you were already paying him $300,000? Or to pay $7,500 for a USC course for a well-paid, newly appointed assistant superintendent? You know how much every dollar matters, and once you've spent it, it is too late to get it back. You have a legal fiduciary duty to control public funds. Please give your interim superintendent, Dr. Macias, the authority and support to hire experienced professionals to replace those who are not doing their job. If you can't do this, you need to step aside and let others do it.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Hastings, followed by Doug Nickel.
Good evening, board members. Michael Hastings. I don't know a lot of you, so I thought a bit of background on me might be in order. I'm a 60-year resident, JBHS graduate, along with 2 of my children. One returned to teach at JBHS, and now I have 2 grandchildren there. I'm a former Burbank mayor, city councilman, airport commissioner, Burbank Police Foundation founder, past president, St. Joe's board member for over 30 years, founded Burbank Priority in Education, which raised money for school supplies, chaired the funding of the renovation for JBHS and BHS turf fields, was a member of BUSD Budget Oversight Committee and a BUSD Bond Oversight Committee. So I understand this. I'm here to discuss the deflection that occurred at the meeting last week. Over and over again, someone else was to blame, rather than any one of you stepping up and admitting poor judgment and oversight. It seems that the leadership teams that you vetted and hired misguided and/or misadvised you on numerous issues. You stated that you privately consulted with your team and then publicly voted with very little public discussion. You stated that your questions were answered by your trusted management team. From my deep and varied experience, your public wants to hear your questions, hear your deliberations, hear your debate to explain your vote and the rationale behind them during your public meetings. Now they hear that your advisors were flawed. That reflects that your leadership selections have been flawed. So this is more of a need of reflection and not deflection. Our confidence in your team choices to lead this district and serve our teachers and children has been breached. Let's explore recent history. Superintendent Matt Hill was let go with a large six-figure exit package. Superintendent John Paramo recently resigned with no explanation. Oscar Macias, chosen by you as interim, is now in the driver's seat. And I've known both John and Oscar from their teaching and school site days. Both of these men are very quality human beings and were wonderful at those jobs. However, in my opinion, John was not even close to being a seasoned and experienced person within this business to be a superintendent to manage Burbank Unified School District. Let us also not forget that in 2 years' time, more than 10 of our school administrators quit the BUSD. I don't recall any explanation. This does not sound like a healthy atmosphere to work within. BUSD needs tried and tested leaders on the management team. BUSD board members should be astute, business savvy, probing, and transparent to serve the needs of our children and teachers. Seekers of experts within the community to be partners in sharing talents and expertise to flourish as a district. Many such leaders have surfaced in the last few meetings, and instead of you recognizing that they were reaching out, you stated they were lashing out. Plus, one of the existing managers you chose, who was responsible for the overseeing of the department with an $11 million accounting error, the oversight of a recently uncovered $93,000 fully paid consultant agreement with no deliverables, has just been promoted by you. Now, the recent almost $500 million bond passage. I have experience here. You collectively convinced the voters that you and your team in the Oversight Committee that you choose, whose members still have not been publicly announced, will oversee the $500 million of taxpayers' money on school site rehabilitation. Your individual and collective track records are off the rails when it comes to choosing qualified advisors and team leaders. Who are these citizens? How are they qualified to oversee over $500 million? Have they been vetted? Do they understand tour sites, completion of projects, responsible report back to the board, and the taxpayers? Recently, the district completed their summer roof repairs and replacements on some school sites with bond dollars. Who is overseeing those funds and that work? With all that stated, as a voter and an active participant still, even though I am in the older generation, I'm still very much involved in this community. And I believe that you have disappointed all of us in your execution of your duties to our children and our teachers. I've lost confidence in all 5 of you. It is time for all of you to step down and admit that your inability to oversee the Burbank Unified School District is hungering for change. Remember, leadership is not only a privilege to be enjoyed, but a fragile gift to be exercised for the well-being of others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Doug Nickel. And everyone, please, I understand you gotta, please no clapping because I'm trying to call out names. So Doug Nickel, thank you. Thank you. This is not a, thank you. Thank you.
Ready? Hello. Thank you, district leadership, for allowing me to speak, and to my friends on the board and my friends behind me. Please do not take this as attack, because it might come off as that, but it's not. I'm simply trying to work with you and let you know how I feel. I have the unfortunate to follow 2 former not congressmen, but council members who had elegant speeches. My ADHD will not allow me to write a speech. However, I just write down some notes and speak from my heart and look you eye to eye. I'm very disappointed as a teacher. I'm very ashamed of my district that I started as a student in 1971 as a kindergarten student at Roosevelt. I'm very ashamed of the district that I have been coaching at since 1993 at Burroughs High School, currently the varsity softball coach. And I'm ashamed of the district that I work at as a teacher at John Muir Middle School for the last 19 years. I'm ashamed. And the reason I'm ashamed, I'm not going to talk about the Shar Tabit stuff because that's pretty self-explanatory. But I've had this bubble inside me that wanted to burst, and I need to be able to be ready to go on Wednesday with my students optimistic and not be upset. So this is important for me to get out today. And I promise you, after I leave here today, I'll be good. I'm very upset with the way that John Paramo has been allowed, in my eyes, to just walk away and be the coward that he is. Last week, Ms. Weisberg, and you've always been very kind to me, we get along, but you had said this job is a 50, 60 hour a week job. I want to quote you. I get paid $450 after taxes. I also work a full-time job as a middle school teacher, and I do it because I love it. And I know you love the students. I know you do because you've been to my games. You also said when we have a leader, you need to choose and trust them. And unfortunately, you trusted the wrong person. Let me tell you about me. For the first 7 months of the school year, I work for free. I don't get paid as a coach until my season starts. So everything I do in August, September, and October, every time I'm in the weight room 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, lifting, working our girls out, it's for free. And so it doesn't matter to me how much someone gets paid because I don't get paid anything except for my teaching and my coaching. If we really want to be transparent and accountable, I just need to hear you hold John Paramo responsible. I feel everything's been on Shar, justifiably so. But John was the person you were supposed to trust. Paramo was the person that was supposed to tell you these things. You should have known, but you should have known because of him as well. John Paramo is a coward, and I'm here to tell him that right now. He's a coward. He walked out of here without explaining himself. Is it because, well, let me tell you a little bit of story that happened this school year. I'm going to try to make this quick so I don't run out of 5 minutes. And this is going to probably, I'm sure you guys know, but no one behind me probably knows. In November, all us coaches at Burroughs were told that we weren't going to have a trainer full time anymore, that we were losing our trainer, possibly forever. But then what happened? They cut her hours from, and this is a certified trainer that is an essential worker that treats athletes' injuries. She has been on a field for me when a girl was knocked out with a concussion on the field and helped get 911 to that girl. This girl renders aid. What did John Paramo do? He cut her hours to 30 hours apiece at both high schools and hired his own personal trainer for 30 hours a week at the end of the school year, and he wasn't even a certified trainer. All he could do is work out your kids. Ask the people at Burroughs, ask every coach how many hours he spent at Burroughs. I'm not going to tell you, but trust me, I never saw him. He could walk in this room right now. I would never know. So did Paramo leave because he's too coward to answer these questions? Did he leave because he was too coward to ask questions about the despicable behavior that he treated Tom Crowther with when he was principal at Burbank High? Was he too scared to face the music at the way he treated people in this room, staff, when he left, and the people that he blamed for his incompetence? Was it the situation I just mentioned? He didn't want to answer it. And finally, was it about the lying that he did to you guys as staff? Because he did that. He lied to your face, and then he ran like a coward. And he basically put all my athletes and all the athletes at Burroughs and in this district in harm to help one of his friends have a job. And that's just the beginning. There's more that I could tell you, but I won't. So the whole $93,000 thing, that's horrible. That could fund my softball program for 3.5 years. So I hope that you guys listen and that you will explain that. And please listen to Oscar Macias. And if you have a guy like Jeff Vanderbort and Miss Shackman that want to help you, jump on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Rodiker. Aye. Thank you. Did I say it right? Rodak. Thank you. And for the record, I didn't ask you for the stop clapping, just when I was saying it, the clapping for people. So when you're done clapping, I will announce the names. So you want to clap and I will announce the name again? Okay, next time. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Macias, and members of the community. I am Lynn Rodacher. My husband Rod and I are Burbank homeowners, taxpayers, parents of a BHS graduate, and longtime teachers at John Muir Middle School. Combined, we have taught in Burbank classrooms for 61 years, and we're really excited to meet our new students on Wednesday. I have been aghast at what I have seen unfold this summer. I would say that I have no words, but fortunately, I'm an English teacher. I like to begin my classes with a bell activity, something to focus my students' thinking and attention. Frequently, this is vocabulary building. This past year, some of my students' favorite words highlighted a certain moral flexibility. Some examples include duplicity, chicanery, skullduggery. That last one, if you're not familiar with it, is defined as underhanded or unscrupulous behavior, trickery. How sad that these words are so applicable to the powers that be in Burbank Unified. My husband and I joke that teachers in Burbank Unified can never count on a pay increase, but we can always count on a scandal. We joke, but it's no laughing matter. We teachers and our students pay the price every day for the incompetence and corruption at the top. I could talk for an hour about everything that I find puzzling, disheartening, disappointing, and infuriating. But because I have only 5 minutes, I would like to address one particular matter tonight, the financial oversight involving the consultant contract for Brianne Wiest, also known as Specialized Support Services. This board approved a contract for $90,000, yet records show that $93,000 was paid, $3,000 more than authorized. This is not a rounding error. This is an unauthorized payment that violates California Education Code 17604, which requires that contracts be authorized or ratified by the governing board and only the governing board. But during the July 24th board meeting, board member Dr. Weisberg said, and I quote, "I think somebody brought up the $3,000. As long as you're within 5%, you don't have to reapprove. So the $3,000, that is within a normal range," end quote. This is deeply concerning. There is no California law or education code that allows district staff to exceed a board-approved contract by 5% without board reapproval. Contracts are not estimates, they are binding legal agreements. If a consultant is to be paid more than the approved amount, the contract must come back to the board in a public meeting. To suggest otherwise is not just inaccurate, it sets a dangerous precedent. This issue goes beyond $3,000. It's about public trust and legal compliance. It's about whether this board is willing to exercise its fiduciary duty and demand transparency in how contracts are administered and taxpayer dollars are spent. It's time to demand detailed invoices and supervisor sign-offs for all consultant contracts. Unfortunately, this consultant contract is not the only contract with glaring irregularities, such as overpayment and sketchy documentation. There are additional troubling aspects to this case. The consultant has worked under multiple business names, initially paid as Brianne Wiest, later as Clerical Specialized, and now as Specialized Support Services. Each iteration has further obscured accountability, and this overpayment is only the latest irregularity. Let me also point out something that every district employee knows all too well. If they are accidentally overpaid, even by a small amount, they are expected to set up a repayment plan immediately. Why? Because it is considered a gift of public funds, which is not allowed under California law. So why would a consultant be treated differently? If the law applies to classroom aides, office clerks, and teachers, like myself and my husband, it applies to contractors too. So I ask again, who approved the extra $3,000? Under what authority? Why was it not brought back to the board for approval as required by Board Policy 3312? And how many other contracts have been quietly exceeded under the mistaken belief that within 5% is close enough? This is public money. The rules are not flexible. The oversight cannot be casual. And the public deserves more than vague reassurances or shifting narratives. Now for your homework assignment, which my TA will pass out to you after my speech. I respectfully request that, 1, the district publicly disclose who approved the additional $3,000 payment, under what authority, and whether that action is being corrected. Number 2, the board clarify publicly that there is no legal or policy basis for the claim that 5% overpayments are allowable without board action. Number 3, the district immediately initiate a review of all consultant payments over the last 3 years to identify any other contract overages. And number 4, a corrective action plan be developed to ensure this does not happen again. And finally, I ask that the board reinforce the importance of speaking accurately about legal obligations in public meetings. Misinformation from the dais not only confuses the public, it erodes trust in the process. Unchecked financial overreach diverts critical resources from our students. This pattern must end. Thank you.
And you can give it to the. Thank you. Elizabeth Bax? Come on. Elizabeth Bax. Did I say it right?
Did.
Thank you.
What?
Followed by Karen Herrera.
Yeah, you said my name right. But someone's name that you didn't say right this evening is a very important teacher in this school district. And I'm going to speak about her and embarrass my family and probably her. But Miss Kathy Wills, she's somebody you should know if you don't. And you should go to her classroom and you should watch what she does. She's a kindergarten teacher. And I'm going to be wrong on this, but I'm going to guess she's been teaching in the same classroom at Roosevelt for over 30 years. And her wonderful husband, Barry, who's sitting next to her, Barry Sarna, they and Dr. McGlimmery, who is no longer with us anymore. She left the district. If you don't know who she is, I think you should. I think you should, because she's an extreme, wonderful human being. And my daughter, Danielle Bax, was in her class. And that was in 2012. And she and Barry took my kids in when we had a family crisis. She took care of my kids along with Dr. McGlimmery and Ms. Murphy. But she brought my kid, when she graduated from high school, a whole album of stuff to remind her of her time when she was in kindergarten. And she did this for every kid who graduated from her class. She sat in the stands at Burroughs High School in 2024 at graduation day. And she cheered for my daughter, who you all don't know either. Her name's Danielle. And because she's not in sports, you don't even know how much her scholarship was, or my older daughter's. I think these are important things. My younger daughter, $42,000, but it's not a sports scholarship. And my older daughter, $33,000 a year. And she's her senior this year. She somehow just got a $6,000 endowment fund because of what she does. Thank you, Kathy and Barry. I'm going to try to get through what I really wrote. My name is Elizabeth Bax. I know that there are many employees and parents who are terrified to come here and speak publicly for fear of backlash, and I get that. I was once a parent that not always, but often felt that way. There are many people here who speak on their behalf. I would still like to know, what are your plans to make corrections on this broken system? Dr. Agakanian, I would appreciate if you could respond in your own words to those who comment tonight. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, could you please respond to the comments, since you weren't here last meeting, from that meeting as well as this meeting? Thank you. I would also like to know what has been said tonight. Why did you approve Mr. Cantwell's new contract in this current climate? Can you please explain and clarify the bonus it's included in his contract? Please explain and clarify that. Why isn't he here? The answers have been he's sick, he's on vacation. We didn't anticipate Mr. Cantwell being gone. You all gave him 3 months off in his contract. Is that correct or not? Maybe I'm wrong. I can only guess and assume that he gets 3 months off, which leads me to the question, why isn't he here? He could at least be, if not present in person, he could be present on Zoom. We kind of got a lot going on here. As it has been stated in this room, nobody is doing this for fortune or gain, referring to the school board members. I could tell you
that this statement goes for all the people who are speaking here tonight, who are sitting behind me, and who are listening. None of these people here are doing it for fortune or gain either. Many are spending unpaid, endless hours trying to make sure our tax money is continually not being put in the wrong place. Burbank City residents and Burbank BUSD parents and families have also been an involved, caring, strong community. I do not anticipate this stopping anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Herrera?
Good evening. My name is Karen Herrera. I'm a Burbank resident. And tonight, I came here to talk about rebuilding trust with the community. But there were so many speakers that went before me that outlined ways to begin that process, from the meeting minutes to the accounting practices. And I do want to say that in fear for my safety leaving this meeting, I believe in you, all of you. I do not want you to resign. I believe you are dedicated to this community. And I think the best thing to come out of this was our interim superintendent, Dr. Macias, who was made for this role, and how soon can we drop the interim from his title? And I believe that together you can work with Dr. Macias and the community on resolving the concerns and rebuilding trust, because we are in a crisis. As you can tell from the comments that were brought to light here, and as critical as they have been, it sounds like most of them have included insights on how to rebuild trust. So I did not write down the quote from the new president of the Burbank Teachers Association. Congratulations. But she did mention that we can work together. I hope I'm not misquoting you. And I believe that we can do more together, united. So I ask that you try to extract the constructive feedback that was provided tonight, and to over-index on transparency and communication, and let the community know like what we can also do to continue to support you and this community, our teachers, all staff. We definitely want the same things. We want to be accountable. We want to have transparency. We want to rebuild trust. We want to work past this. And I believe that we have all the right players and we can do this together. So thank you.
Thank you. And last, Lily Rossi. That is the last card.
Hello, board members. Hi, Dr. Macias. First of all, thank you all for your service. I'm Lily Rossi. I'm a 20-year Burbank resident, mom of a graduate from John Burroughs and a rising junior. I served on the Burbank Arts for All Foundation for a decade, so I support Burbank. I love Burbank, but tonight I'm also echoing that chorus. I'm asking for communication and transparency. Most importantly, I want to know your position. I understand that as a board, you need to speak in one voice, and I understand there are things you can't discuss for legal reasons. And I understand that engaging on social media is not appropriate, and I would honestly be concerned if you did so. But what are your plans, and what is your timeline to address the egregious behavior that has been written about in our papers? And how are you going to support and center our district staff and our teachers, and most importantly, our students in this coming school year? And how do you propose that we have a district that lives by the principles and expectations of integrity that we ask of our children? And how are you going to show us that you're worthy of our trust? And I look forward to hearing these answers directly from you as a board. I want to hear from you instead of reading about this in the newspapers. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Superintendent's come.
Thank you, Dr. Agakanian. I admittedly had some talking points and I got seriously distracted in a good way. Very reflective moment while everyone in the community who has chosen to show up to speak. Thank you. Every word, comment, statement, I take a lot of notes, and I've said this before, broken record, but I do reflect heavily, not only in the moment, but plan to do so afterwards. So I may not address each and every concern that you brought forth, but I will heavily reflect. I know that our cabinet and executive cabinet teams will heavily reflect after the fact too. So please, I want to make that general statement. What distracted me very deeply in all the conversations and all the statements that have been presented, concerns, you name it, is I think we all are at a place where we can acknowledge and come to an agreement on the following, that as a district, you, and I'll include myself, are not happy at our current state and that we can be better. That's a fact for me. That's something that I've acknowledged. And I think you share those same sentiments. What happens after that is what I want to share with the community. And I really want to specifically address the shared sentiment in the room, is that there is an opportunity, even in this moment, to gather ourselves collectively as a community and get better. So that work is not upon just one person, not me, not the board by isolation or anything. It does take a community. It does take moments like this morning, for those of you who joined me to dialogue with me, is to hear. Not only hear, reflect, and then have actionable moments so that we could move forward. And I just want to heavily emphasize that to the community, that I'm deeply committed to that, deeply motivated by that. So again, I want to thank you for your engagement, and I really want to isolate that moment that we're in right now, that we're not pleased with where we're at. I do share that with you, but heavily emphasize, and I'll continue this. I have this engagement plan and communication strategy. It's really about that ongoing dialogue. And it's about being willing to hear the bad, being willing to hear the not so good. It's easy to hear the good things, but we're in a moment where we deeply need to hear, and not just hear it, to check off a box and saying, thank you for coming. It's to deeply reflect and challenge ourselves to do better. So again, I want to thank our members of the community here who have taken the time to spend with us to share. I've said this before, for the rest of the community. Yeah, it's not easy to speak in public like this, but that's what the process is for. And if there are other concerns, you may not feel comfortable doing that, you do have our emails. Mine is readily available. I've shared that this morning. It's not hidden. If you have concerns, reach out and communicate, and happy to engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you. Quickly, Ms. Walmsley, August 21st is when I can't see where you are. Hello. August 21st so our next board meeting is when we will discuss the Civilian Oversight Committee applications and then appoint members. So believe it was you. Tell if I'm wrong, but I believe you asked. So we're not going to be interviewing people as in they come up and talk, but the applications, if you're interested in the people who've applied, they're all there, and we will have a robust conversation about it. But I guess I don't see it as an interview so much as a conversation about the applications we've received. Dr. Macias, you okay? I don't. That's fine. Mr. Nickel, I think I see you over there. 100%. I would love to find time for you and I to connect offline and talk some more about this. This is going to be a wholly unsatisfying sentence, but my limitation in what you're asking for is the legal one. I think if you've listened to previous meetings, we've talked about it as much as we possibly can. I don't think any of us are interested in losing more money, but I hear you. I wish there was a way to say more, but I'd love to continue. You said up here, there's more, but I want to hear it. So I'd love to find time to connect with you and continue that conversation. So I appreciate you coming. You got one day left before you head back, so your time is precious. Ms. Herrera, you asked about intern superintendent timeline. So we talked about this at a previous meeting. We are, and this is not a reflection on Dr. Macias, but we are going to conduct an open, essentially what you call flying the position. So we're going to it's going to be an open process. We're going to have community conversation, talk to students, staff, community members, parents. Usually the sort of hiring season for superintendents is January through March. So we're going to be working together to create a timeline where everybody's voices get to be heard, which is something that didn't happen with Dr. Paramo. For better or for worse, I think some people were fine with it and some people weren't, but we recognize that we're at a moment where we really need to hear community input. And again, this is not a reflection on Dr. Macias. We certainly hope and expect him to be part of that applicant pool. I'm not sure when the timeline will be released. There's so many other things, but soon, and bug me if you don't hear something shortly. Ms. Rossi, you spoke about plans and a timeline to address these things. Thank you. Here's what I can tell you. And also we've talked about this a little bit in previous meetings. So we are waiting and waiting and then waiting some more for the criminal investigation to be completed. We know our third-party investigation is moving along. Intentionally, we are not involved in the third-party investigation, or it wouldn't be a third-party investigation. So we have asked to get back a scope and a timeline. And when we hear from them about that, we will communicate it to the public. So those things are moving along. Dr. Abdul Hamid, who is currently attending a really fantastic professional growth opportunity right now, can speak more specifically. She created a document that I'm hoping we can share publicly, where she goes through all of the new controls and the strengthened controls that we started to put in place after the FICMAT report a couple of years ago, and we're not done yet, but we're well on our way. But that, I think it'd be a great document for people to be able to access, to see those steps. So I appreciate you asking that. I also really appreciate you talking about supporting and centering our district staff and students this coming year. I think that's the number one priority for all of us up here. And, and I'll talk more about this at the end of the meeting, but having been on a whole bunch of campuses, they're crushing it, right? Like this is, they want to see us supporting them. And so part of that will be continued conversation with our phenomenal union partners. We're so lucky to have leadership in Sarah and Alex back there, and also with Laura Bauman and Laura Flossie and Bassa. So part of what, Lily, the answer to that question is that I want to hear from them what they need from us. It's easy for me to stand up here and say, oh, I think they would love if I did this, or we as a board did that. But the consistent communication with our union partners will really direct, and with our families. So I've had the opportunity to meet with a whole bunch of family groups, and will continue to do so, about what they need from us. So my answer to you is, I'm hoping that as we move forward, the community will continue to inform us and drive our actions as we look for a way to keep things centered on our students, our teachers, and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Khan.
All right. If my voice goes, today was my first day back in the classroom with about 80 sixth graders who were just brand new to the campus, and they have no idea where anything is at. So it's just trying to find the bathrooms, trying to say, okay, you need to go that way, and you just see the kid walk the other way. You're like, okay. In response to several people, number one, Ms. Rossi, Mr. Nichols, Ms. Odetta, thank you for your understanding in terms of realizing and putting out the name of, Dr. Paramo. As the newest person, I wasn't here when a lot of this started, but definitely feel like I got left holding a bag here. I would say, and a lot of people have been talking about, we got to get trust back. And I'm really honestly, as the newest person looking and seeing, there are so many things, as Mr. Sarna did recognize, there are the recommendations that are coming in, we're starting to see the effects of those, that there are changes being made. I may know for some people not fast enough, but honestly, things are happening. And I'm thinking to you, what you're saying in terms of when trust was there was a lot of things that were not in place before. So trust was there and it was blind trust. And right now, I think we're all realizing there was some definite, fissures there that needed to be closed up in terms of just the way operations are going. So I think I taught at the last meeting, Dr. Abdelhamid, even one of the presentations she's done in terms of her department, in terms of how she's putting things together, that in the past, if one person wasn't here, then the next didn't know what was going on. So all these connections that are being made now. But I think that this was a cruise ship that basically lost its captain mid-voyage. And if you think of that scenario, I had a bunch of analogies. I was like, or it was like a team that lost its coach. But I'm going to go with the ship, because basically you've got a ship that is a lot of people, a responsibility for a lot of people. And all of a sudden you're going to have to bring up somebody to do this. And there's a lot of shifting that has to happen. And it's not to say that the people can't do it, but just imagine that cruise ship, suddenly the captain has gone on a little ship and he's floated, driven away. And there's a lot of questions, a lot of confusion. Wait, why is he leaving? Where did he go? Wait, and then all of a sudden, wait, we still have to steer. Most of your educators, you understand, summertime, that's our busiest time. Everybody thinks that summer teachers are off. We're not. We are working. So to answer in terms of thinking about some of the things we have been doing, I'd like to focus a little on that, because people have been coming in and listen, you've been beating us up for, 3 weeks now. We get it. But in terms of also, I don't want to discount the work that people have been doing. We've got people in here who have been people that sat here for 6 hours going and listening to architects talking about the new softball fields that are trying to put in, the new parking. There's so many things going on. So I just don't want to overshadow what people are doing and all of a sudden recognize we need to have patience. Thirdly, for example, I know when I lived in this city, in the early 2000s, we had a big scandal up in our city council when one of our city council people was, there was drugs, but you all know the whole scandal there. And I think I think the whole city got together and kind of said like, oh my gosh, we've got to really kind of band together. I don't recall me saying, I've got to go and just, pitchforks out and just go after these people. It's like, no, somebody made a huge, huge gross error in judgment and did something illegal. And so that issue of saying, let's see what comes out of this, and seeing how the city council basically had to come together and work at it. Similar to what we're doing right now. We have 4, we're missing one. So which means our vacations, I know my vacation actually had to be truncated so that I could come back in, because we wouldn't make quorum otherwise. So I'm thinking there are things that are, but again, in terms of there is a collective experience in this room. And I just have not heard that many people say, how can I help? Okay. I do appreciate the people that did say that. Okay. It started off with Ms. Schwartz, and then I know, Ms. Herrera, Ms. Rossi, just that kind of saying, okay, yeah, some people did, they messed up, but how can we help? Okay. I think I would appreciate seeing that happening too with them, and just the appreciation, so that I want the teachers and the families to understand we're aware of what happened, but there's also the ship is still going on, and we're making it sure that everybody is going, and the ship, the new voyage starts Wednesday. So I would just ask for, I don't know, just maybe about some equity, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Oh, Dr. Weisberg had a quick comment.
I apologize. It's been mentioned many times that board members should be prepared for a lot of negative feedback, and I think that that's very true. What I find harder to stomach is attacking a current employee. And I want to speak briefly to the comments that were made about Dennis Maxwell, because they don't sit right with me. And I don't know if Mr. Sarna is still here. Hey, totally, you're totally welcome to come up. This is not me saying you shouldn't make public comment about it. The other person who chose to malign Dr. Maxwell, I think did it in a much more inappropriate way. And we'll talk moving forward about public comment and what's acceptable and what's not. But I wanted to share, not you, Mr. Sarna, not you. Yeah, that comment wasn't about you, Mr. Sarna. Ms. Helfich, you can save it for Facebook. So Mr. Sarna, I wanted to say a couple of things that I think are helpful pieces of information. And also, had you reached out via email, I think we could have clarified some of your questions earlier. Again, I'm never saying don't come to public comment. I love when you do. You always have important things to say. So a couple of things that I can tell you factually. Dr. Paramo had approved Mr. Maxwell's use of a district vehicle because he gets called in all the time outside of office hours, on the weekends, at the last minute. So that was an approved use of a vehicle. Now, you're right that not everybody gets an approved vehicle, but as the person who runs facilities, he is at every emergency at the drop of a hat. And so that's why he's using the vehicle. This wasn't something we were unaware of. This isn't something that's sort of untoward. The other thing I want to talk about is the credit card. There was a period of time where we were having serious issues with our credit card where we either didn't have a district card that was working, it was frozen, or it was maxed out. Now, Dr. Abdulhamid can speak at the next meeting about the new system that they spent about 8 months working on, a brand new system where that won't happen again. So what that left is Mr. Maxwell taking it upon himself to incur expenses with the approval of both Dr. Paramo and Mr. Cantwell. So this was not something, he also did not receive perks or points or any of that. So I'm really glad that you brought it forward. I wish we'd have talked about it sooner. But again, look, these were actions done because Mr. Maxwell is aware that the business of the district needed to move forward. Now, something I've asked in previous meetings is for our purchase orders moving forward to be a little more detailed. I asked it, I think the last 2 or 3 meetings when we look at our purchase orders, and I have it on my my notes again for tonight. So not just for Mr. Maxwell, but when you see a big expense on a purchase order that says like $20,000 for plumbing, right? I'm curious to know, but what specifically, right? I think the public is curious to know. So could we have done a better job with that? 100%. And I'm glad that you brought it up, but I think that that's that's many things on our purchase order. And that's also something that Fiscal Services is working on, is giving a more detailed purchase order request. So I am hopeful. I don't think it answers everything, but I did want to bring up both the use of the vehicle and the credit card, because I understand and appreciate everyone is, the people in this room are questioning, and rightly so, every single thing. It's difficult when somebody is doing that to an employee who's not only in the room, but also can't respond and can't speak to fully approved actions that were taken. And so I just felt like it would be super remiss of me to not address those in this moment, because I know what it feels like to be, we all know, everybody in this room knows, right? When somebody accuses you of something that just isn't factually accurate. And so I just wanted to take the second to hopefully allay your concerns. I mean, it wasn't that you were factually inaccurate. You were right, but there's an answer for it. Yeah. So Mr. Sarna, thank you for bringing those questions. I'm glad that we have answers, but I did want to recognize that nothing that Mr. Maxwell did was out of line, not approved, incorrect, or fishy at all. It was all approved. And it was also something that, I don't believe that they are. I feel, and maybe wrongly so, I feel a personal responsibility to some of our amazing employees that when I hear something, I do really want to support them when I can. So like I said, Mr. Sarna, I love when you come because you bring forward really interesting points. And I am, again, thankful to you for that. And also very thankful to Mr. Maxwell for his continued hard work in our district.
Thank you. Vice President Khan.
Thank you, Dr. Agakanian. Good evening, everyone. Ms. Bax, I know you asked me to respond to comments from last meeting. Oh, there you are. Hi. I it's hard for, I'll respond to the ones from this meeting. It's hard for me to respond to ones that haven't been said in this meeting for just feels like it's not on agenda, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'll do my best. I think it sounds like a lot of the context was the same. So before I kind of go into detail, my late father had a saying, which was, you don't get a dog and then bark yourself. Meaning you don't hire someone for a job and then try to do their job for them. Now, this is an imperfect analogy in many ways. But, you know, as everyone says, when we talk about voting for school board members, the school board's first responsibility is to hire and fire the superintendent, right? We have gotten ourselves a dog. And the superintendent manages staff, right? They're the superintendent's dogs, if you will. But, you know, if we are expecting our dog to bark and the dog doesn't bark, we try to get the dog to bark. If the dog is still not barking, we may get a new dog, right? And that is kind of what we're expecting. We expect to hold the superintendent accountable. We expect the superintendent to hold individual staff members accountable. I know people are itching for us to make comment on individual staff members and their performance. We're not going to do that from the dais. You know, I'm just not going to do that in public. It's just not who I am. And I'm not going to dress down staff in a public meeting if I have a disagreement about how something has gone. Now, I may say, like I'm going to in a minute, I've got suggestions for how we address this minutes situation, right? But that I can do that in a professional way, in a way that that holds them accountable while not making it personal. So with that, I want to talk about a couple things that I want Dr. Macias and team to address, right? So the minutes piece is egregious. I ran Brown Act compliant meetings for a nonprofit for many years. And if I had minutes that were 18 months overdue, my board members would have lost their minds. So I'm asking for a plan within the next for completing all the remaining minutes within the next 60 days. I believe that staff has been hard at work on that. We just need to get them released and approved. If that means that we are here for a very long time on a consent agenda, that's okay. I also have an expectation that minutes don't lag more than 1 month behind. That has never been the practice of the Burbank Unified School District, but I think it should become practice very quickly. You know, our staff does an amazing job writing down all of the sometimes unintelligible things that we say while we're in the meetings. And I know it's a lot of work to then go through and have the board meeting on in the background again while they're making sure that they got it right. But it's important that we get them right, not only from a compliance point of view, but also because God help me, I do sometimes go back and watch board meetings to make sure that I got the quote right or whatever. We shouldn't have to always do that. It is painful. We've also talked a lot about the consulting contracts. There have been adjustments made to what a standard consulting contract looks like. But at a minimum, I've communicated to Dr. Macias and staff that there need to be deliverables. There needs to be a scope of work. It should be really clear what we're getting our money for. Because as we've said, you know, one of the questions, I think it was from Ms. Helfrich, was about, do we have documentation that CSE had rejected the offer to do the work? What we were told was that there wasn't anyone available to do it. Nobody wanted to do it. No one had the skills to do it. I do not have documentation to that effect. Again, you know what, I think what I'm taking from this from a feedback perspective is when I do agenda review with Dr. Macias, I may ask him a lot of questions that don't necessarily come to the board meeting, and maybe they just need to come to the board meeting just for public accountability, right? And so I'm taking that feedback for myself, that even if I ask him a question and I get an answer that I find reasonable, that I still want to ask that in front of the public so that they can get that answer as well. Mr. Nickel, I really appreciate you coming. I know that wasn't easy for you to do, but it's appreciated. And we do want to hold everyone accountable. And That starts with the third-party investigation. That starts with the central resolution that we had against Ms. Tabbitt. I believe when the Sobel Group investigation comes out, that we're going to be able to say a lot more. As part of public comment, we've had a number of additional pieces come to our attention, and at least to the public's attention, that we're rolling into those kind of investigations. And so know that we hear you on this, and we're working on it. Okay, I also want to talk about the bond. So the first thing I'll say is on salaries. So I believe when we talk about bond is for people, for buildings, parcel taxes for people, right? We say that we're not going to spend bond funds on teacher or administrator salaries. That doesn't mean that there's no salaries included whatsoever. So for example, we have a couple of bond project managers, right? Makes sense. A big part of Mr. Cantwell's new role is managing the bond projects and the bond project managers, which is why a portion of his salary was allocated as bond. But I fully understand the confusion. As far as the comments on the SFOC, to Ms. Walmsley, to Mr. Vanderborg, the fact that our bond oversight committee is not yet set up is grossly overdue. And I absolutely agree with you on that. Looking at the applications that we've received, I think we're going to need the community to come together and give us additional folks. I think there are legally mandated people that we don't have participating as part of our pool of candidates. And so likely what you may see when we talk about candidates is the need for additional people. But this all should have happened a number of months back. And, we have been working on kind of a superintendent's facilities committee to work on the prioritization of projects, right? And look at how we're going to move forward on roofs and HVAC and the really important things that we committed to the community that we were going to work on. But that hasn't been reviewed by the oversight committee. And so they're going to be doing a review oversight, which is not ideal, to say the least. There will still be an audit conducted, an independent audit done when we do our regular audit of our financials. I believe the work that the facilities team and our bond team and the roofing teams have done has been excellent this summer. They've done a ton of work, but the oversight committee should have already been in place. I think, so then I had a couple other things, which was one, I know there's been a lot of conversation about PRA responses and public records in general. What I'd like to see is, I would like for us to explore, I'm not necessarily directing this, but I would like for us to explore a way to make a public repository of any of our PRA responses, because I think people are asking for a lot of the same things. And it might behoove us to be as transparent as possible with anything that the public is asking for, and save us some time, frankly. And then finally, sorry, I was like, I'm not going to talk much, and then here I am. But I want to just address the idea for the folks asking us to step down. So I understand as the person who's next up for election, along with Ms. Tabbitt, that I may bear the brunt of any public exasperation at this issue. And I understand that, right? I am willing for voters to make that decision. Just so you know, if all the members of the board step down, the County of Education would appoint board members. They may not be anyone you would choose. And so I want to leave this decision to the voters, because I am committed to staying in this position, even though it is very uncomfortable in this particular time, right? So thank you all for coming and talking to us. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the wisdom that you brought today. I hope that we can continue to move forward together. And that, I think Dr. Macias and I have talked a lot about how we can continue to be transparent and keep the ball rolling that we started kind of immediately after the specialized services investigation came to light. And so we're just going to keep trying. We're not there yet. I think we all want to get to the same place, but we're not there yet. We're going to keep moving in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, for all the speakers, thank you for your comments. Now, there are certain issues or someone who is a director at a large facility where we do have a nonprofit board where I do report every month on the minutes. I do agree with my colleague. But also in concerns about, and I will come back to what I have directed the superintendent and the conversation we've been having. We've been talking almost daily. There are certain concerns when it comes to legal obligations and what we can say and cannot say. Now, at least I can speak on my behalf. I'm the first one who asked Board Member Tabbitt to resign. But again, and so are my colleagues. We've discussed this before publicly that unless she decides or, voters, do a recall, it's really her decision. We cannot, as a board, we can put resolutions forward, but doesn't mean anything legally. And these are the laws that we didn't write. Is it unfortunate? Yes. I've said that we were lied to, and I can personally tell you that I was deceived. Now, someone who runs a big operation, who I hold my workers very accountable for what they do. I have addressed our interim superintendent. I know what my job is. I know, as my colleague said earlier, what our job is when it comes to the superintendent. But I've also clarified that workers that you supervise, if they have a job duty to do, if they don't, we're going to have to hold them responsible. Very simple. At my work, if I don't do my job, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to get written up and then I will lose my job. Simple as that. Now, do I feel a bit betrayed, lied to? Yes. But that's as far as I can go legally when it comes to comments. I do appreciate everyone's feedback. I know some of you for a long time. I know you have the best intentions. I see you at a lot of events. And I know that you want the best. So I have put some initiatives forward. I think my colleague already, Ms. Kamkar, did bring some of them. And I will be holding people responsible and accountable for these initiatives to move forward. But I think it's important that we continue this conversation. I can tell you as a parent, forget about me being a board member. As a parent, I'm also upset. I got an 8th grader. We got to right now be focusing about, what's happening. But at the same time, I believe this is a good sign about how united our community is. And as I said it earlier, let the investigation take its role. There's nothing we can do about it. It's in the hands of the police. But let us, again, as I said it last time, refocus our efforts when it comes to our children, when it comes to the future of Burbank Unified. It is the best school district, period. Yes, there are some concerns right now, and I am very concerned. And just like you. And together, we will get to the bottom of this. But at the same time, look at the people that we just brought on tonight. Look at the quality of these individuals who are going to be guiding this district, who are going to be teaching our kids. That speaks volume also. We're doing a lot of work. But again, unfortunately, I wish I could just say what I wanted to. But sometimes, some of you, there's legal concerns and So I think some of the things you brought up, we will be addressing, I will be addressing with timelines, as my colleague already brought them up earlier. But I do want to make sure that you understand that I, at least personally, feel lied to and deceived, and I'm not happy about it. And there will be, again, as I said, people who will be held responsible and accountable. I promise you, moving forward, coming from our superintendent. He already knows where he stands and where I stand. So with that, thank you very much. Continued your communications with us. And now we're going to move to next item. Yes.
Can I ask for a quick bio break before the next?
Yes.
item?
Can we take a 5-minute bio break? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, mic's on. Where are we? Dr. Weisberg, we need you back at the. No.
We got that hour.
I don't know what that term means.
I know.
Okay, ready? Okay, resuming back to meeting. 11, new and or unfinished business. 11A, approval of the teacher assignments for the 2025-26 per Education Code 44258.3.
Dr. Alkanian, I'm taking this, and basically this is an annual report that we have by Ed Code for approval of teacher assignments. It does allow for certain situations where teachers are assigned a class outside their actual credential. So this allows by Ed Code authorization for situations like that. So teachers for elective classes, for PE and coaching, it's all listed and all teachers impacted. This goes through a process with our Human Resources Department and other members on staff.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Yes. Can I get a motion, a second, please?
I move that we approve the teacher assignments as amended.
Yes.
That's amended. Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously as amended. 11B, approval of declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2025-2026 fiscal year as amended.
And again, I'll take this on again, Dr. Akanian. This is a formal declaration of need for fully qualified educators. This is an annual form that we are submitting to the CCTC, the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. It's to justify our formal need for emergency and limited assignment permit request. This is covered by California Code of Regulations 80026. And this is something that we annually put forth for you as the governing board to approve.
Dr. Macias, can you remind me how 11B relates to 11A?
Yeah, so we are authorized, actually, I shouldn't say that. We're obligated to make sure that we find fully credentialed teachers to teach all our courses. In some cases, we go beyond that scope, which is 11A that was approved, teachers that are assigned outside their regular credential. 11B is closely associated to that because as a human resource department, as a school district, we are obligated in a time of need to find a fully credentialed teacher. However, as life happens, we come across situations where we have a need for an emergency permit, emergency sub, long-term subs. So this covers that annual notification that it's our declaration that there are going to be times of need where we aren't able to find a fully credentialed teacher.
Yeah.
And thank you, Dr. Knappett, and the CLAT certification as well.
Well, so are the identified needs here, does that represent people that are then teaching outside of their credential or people that we are still trying to staff?
So we're always in a process of annual audits. We take a look at our credentialing, we look at our classes, and moving forward from that, we make decisions from flying positions. So in some cases, if we have a long-term sub, which I know for a fact that we have a couple of classes that we have to open up with long-term subs, we're still obligated to fly the positions and still search for a fully credentialed teacher. That's always our goal.
Right. I'm having a hard time processing this for whatever reason. So for example, like the BCLAD, the bilingual authorization one on here, does that mean that we have a teacher in a DI program that's not bilingual, or does it just mean that we think we're going to need another teacher? What does that signify?
The estimated number that you see on the paper, it's an estimation that could potentially cover us for the year in case that situation arises.
Got it. Thank you so much. And the 11A is the actuals, people who are teaching outside of their credential.
That we actually have in master schedules that account for that.
Thank you so much.
Question.
Please.
On the final page of 11B or the set, wait, no, page 3, 2. where it says at the very bottom, type of emergency permit. Wait, no, that's not what I mean. Hold on, I'm so sorry. I had it right in front of me, then it completely disappeared. No, I was right, very last page. Sorry. So it says we don't have a district intern program. We checked no. Then it says, does your agency participate in a commission-approved college or university internship program? It doesn't have an indication, but then it says, if yes, how many interns do you expect to have this year? We say 10, and then we list the different universities from which we pull interns. So are these just informal relationships that we have and we don't have an established intern program?
We don't have an established intern program, but these are the universities that we've had relationships with in the past. So if you look at the list, they are very highly used and geographic to our, and it's also the trend data that we've had with teachers that have been utilizing that in the programs.
It would be interesting that for a future conversation to talk about why we don't have an intern program. And additionally, for those people that we're contracting with for long-term subs, et cetera, like how we are working with them to perhaps keep them in the district as well. So maybe that's a future agenda item, but I think it's.
Paid intern, unpaid intern?
For what?
You say internship or intern?
They're paid.
Paid.
I'm talking about why we don't, talking about a further discussion in regards to creating what this lists as a commission-approved internship program, which we don't have.
So should this not say, so is the answer to, does your agency participate in a commission-approved college or university internship program? Is the answer yes or no?
It should be no, right?
It should be no.
Okay, so it should be no, and then essentially we should explain under no that we have these college and university partnerships and we expect 10 interns.
Yeah, so there's two parts of this that I think we need to go back and complete before we approve.
But I think we could also say that as long as they amend it to those, to that effect, that we can approve it would be, I'm looking to staff to see if that's okay, because I think you need to have this done before the beginning of the school year, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that because it's.
Yeah. Well, so I'll propose an amendment, right? Which is that on page 404, for does your agency participate in a commission-approved college or university program, the checkbox should be under no. And then the next two questions should remain blank. And under if no, explain why do you not participate in an internship program? We should include Dr. Macias's explanation that we have a partnerships with the universities listed on this page, who we expect to provide 10 interns this year.
And just a side note, Dr. Knapp pointed out on page 1, there is an area to do a revised declaration of need for year, and then we can stipulate that. So we will definitely do a revision.
Okay.
It's page 1. After the original declaration of need for year, we can do a revised declaration of need for year.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Then I move we approve this as amended.
Second.
And a second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion, Ms. Collins, you say aye? Oh, I'm sorry. Motion passes unanimously. 11C, approval of agreement for professional services provided by First Student Inc. for special education. Yes, Dr. Weisberg.
This came up, I think, last meeting as well, and perhaps even the meeting before. So this has come before us, but then there's that separate issue that I don't see back on the agenda yet, the car for fax. And
That's for the workability program.
I know.
And that's coming up on the 21st of
Great.
August.
So that was my first question, but my second question is, because those are two entirely separate things, that's why that's not included as
That's
part of
correct.
this. Okay, thank you.
That's it. Any other question? Oh, sorry. Questions or concerns from my colleague?
Give me a second.
Thank you. Sorry.
I think I'm okay on this one. Yeah.
All right, can I get a motion in a second, please?
So moved.
Have a motion?
Second.
A second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. 11D, approval of notice of completion, Engine Services US Inc., removal of reinstallation of rooftop solar panels, John Muir Middle School.
So for this item, I am requesting the assistance of one of our bond managers, Robin Rickman, to help us out. Or Mr. Maxwell in tandem, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, the removal of these solar panels was for the bond measure roofing project. So we had some very old solar panels that were on the roofs. And we need to take those off of the roofs, then get them reinstalled. I believe they have been reinstalled and up and operating. This was a work that was not shown on our roofing project's scope of work to do. It was outside and it is a specialty contractor that would do this kind of.
We know how long those solar panels have been in place? Okay.
Do we have a sense of how long these new ones will last?
Same panels.
Oh, it's literally the current ones. Okay,
Expect to reinstall.
great. And I know we had this, part of the cost was taking them and storing them somewhere specific in order for them not to be damaged.
We ended up utilizing the rooftop in a special area,
Great.
tied them up tight.
Okay. And that work is done. Great. I'll move the approval of the notice of completion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve 11D. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, baby. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. 11E, approval of deductive change order number 1, AME Builder, Inc., 2425022, summer roofing project, Magnolia Park.
I have a question as it relates to 11E and 11G. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly that 11E is about the fact that it cost us less than we thought it would. And then 11G is the notice of completion, but it's for the same project. Because in looking at both of them, the amount is the same. I just want to make sure that I'm seeing it correctly.
Dr. Macias, if you don't mind, sir.
Dr. Maxwell, please.
Oh, yeah, doctor's
Director
back.
Dennis Maxwell.
I'm gonna call him Dr. Maxwell.
Mr. President, members of the board, that is correct. So this was a small change order for a couple events. We had an allotment of $4,000, came in less than we thought. So
That's great.
it's just a deductive change order.
Fantastic. I just wanted to make sure that I was reading that correctly, and that's what we were approving. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And we like these change orders.
Yeah,
They're less.
It's a change order in the right direction.
this might be the first change order that's been less than we thought.
So
Huzzah. Okay, sorry, that was my.
no, you're fine. I'll move the, we approve the deductive change order.
Thank you. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. 11F, discussion and approval of amended board representation on district and community committees groups for 2025, as amended.
Oh, 11G is later.
Yeah, yeah. That's fine.
All right. Any discussions about this item?
Well, we definitely have to have a discussion.
Yes.
So it looks like Arts and Ed Foundation, 5-star, school facilities, but that I was already the alternate, so I just
Yes.
jumped into that. And then Oversight Subcommittee, those are the ones that, so there's 1, 2.
So hang on. One correction on this, and maybe I'm misremembering, but School Facilities Oversight Committee is the Bond Oversight Committee or for Measure S.
Yes.
And then the superintendent, I don't think it was supposed to be Superintendent's Oversight Subcommittee. I believe it was just Superintendent's Facility Committee.
Yeah, so we can.
We were on with staff, so I just want to make sure that we've got the right naming there. But yes, other than that,
So then both of those are the same thing.
no, they're different.
They're different.
Because one is going and sitting while the Bond Oversight Committee talks and deliberates, et cetera. And you are not there to vote. You are there to observe, and if they have questions.
And this is the one we're going to alternate.
And I believe we said we would alternate. Well, I think we can alternate both of them.
Yeah.
But they are different, right? So one is the Oversight Committee, which because Measure S is almost complete, they haven't
Right.
meet like once once a quarter, every 6 months-ish. And then the other one, we're meeting every other week, I think, for facilities. So
Well, do we want to, sorry, do we want to start with the subcommittee?
with the facility subcommittee, the very bottom one.
Hold on.
I mean, I'm already so because, and again, this is open, but because with the Facilities Oversight Committee, I was already the alternate.
Yeah.
I just kind of jumped in.
Kind of jumped into the, to the
What about-
superintendent. facility committee.
Superintendent?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
do you want to be on that committee now?
If people are okay with it, I'd love to be on both of those. I think it makes sense to have, well,
Us people.
so it was, I think intentionally
The chair.
Shar and Abby on both of those for a reason. And so if you guys are okay with it,
Yeah,
I'll-
you were the alternative, so
Right,
now
okay.
that Tabit is missing, you are the,
okay, great.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
School, just for the record, School Facilities Oversight Committee, ex officio, that's the, and then Superintendent's Oversight Subcommittee.
Superintendent's facility committee is what it should be.
Right.
Is it a subcommittee or is it a committee? I think it's a subcommittee.
Yeah. Now it's, instead of Tabit and Poncer Comcar, it's now Weisberg and Poncer Comcar.
The law offices.
That's good.
So then the other one, so then we can just go from the top because I feel like that was the big one. So
Yeah, let's go from top. So Burbank Arts and Education Foundation. I know Ms. Kano is there. I would like to be also on that.
great.
All right, District Level English Learner Advisory,
It's fine.
fine. Five Star Coalition,
I don't know why you're listed as both the alternate and someone who's going. I've been going,
there's three of me in the,
Yeah.
on this planet, some of them.
or I've been attending those. We haven't
Yeah.
had one since the end of May,
Yeah.
but there's one next week.
Is it
Or
on
in about-
Fridays again?
It's Fridays at 9 a.m.
Or Fridays at 9 a.m.
So I might be teaching Fridays at 9 a.m. But I know that my colleague has been going on a regular basis.
Yes.
I still want to continue as an alternate in case I might not be teaching.
I mean, I think the three of you are likely to have conflicts at 9 a.m. I currently do not,
All right.
but may someday, who knows?
So why don't we just,
Why don't it? why don't we
you
do
and
me
me?
You? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations to me and you.
Yeah, I know. like, you
Yeah,
guys are
mine, I don't even know. My class might
tied
get
up.
canceled, so I don't know. Local control and accountability plan, that's fine. Los Angeles County Committee on the School District Organization.
It looks like we just need to replace the alternate
For the next one, for School Trustees Association.
for LACTA.
I've been going to LACSTA meeting.
All right, well then why don't you become the alternate?
Well, I don't even get notified when they happen.
Well, they just had a meeting one, yeah, I have, we can. Are we a member? We are a member.
Well, I'm supposed to be the board member.
Yeah, I know.
So
You didn't go to the reorg, what, is this the one they,
I don't know. I'm not.
okay, I did go to, I want to make sure it's the same one, but wait, hold on. Yes,
Yep.
yeah.
Let's just decide that the two of you are gonna be our representatives and
Yeah,
we can figure out the logistics
I
later.
went to the installation of new officers, if I'm mistaken.
You might be mistaken.
All right.
But
let
you
me
might be
double
right.
check. I don't know. It's been a long night, so let me double check. But
Okay.
why, Dr. Wise, you want to stay on this?
You went to the thing.
It can be
Why don't
two
we
of
do
us.
both of you?
Yeah. I mean, you want to drive all the way to City of Industry, if you like it. They need some time.
Can I propose that we just put both of you on it?
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah,
Okay.
me and you, and we'll go together.
So yeah, both of you.
All right. Are you writing this down?
So Ms. Kateria, did you get all of that? Do you think?
Yes, please. Burbank Arts and Education Foundation, board members.
I have member Kano and Dr. Agakanian.
District Level English Learner Advisory Committee.
Okay, no
No
change.
change. Five Star Coalition.
I have Vice President Poncer Kamkar and Dr. Agakanian.
Local Control and Accountability Plan Committee.
No change.
Los Angeles County Committee on School District Organization.
No change.
Los Angeles County School District Association.
I have Clerk Weisberg and President Agakanian.
Special Education District Advisory Committee.
No change.
School Facilities Oversight Committee.
I have Clerk Weisberg and Vice President Poncer Kamkar.
And Superintendent's Oversight Subcommittee.
Are we calling it Superintendent's Facilities?
Superintendent's Facilities Subcommittee.
We're changing that to Superintendent's Facilities Subcommittee, right? Facilities.
Facilities.
Thank you.
I have Clerk Clerk Weisberg and Vice President Ponfer Kamkar.
Now, one thing I also want to ask my colleagues here, I know that I would like to see if we, at least the board president can be included in meetings with the chamber. I know that you go to them once in a while. I have asked this before and I don't know if it's what the answer was. I got two versions of it. One was sure, one was why our policy only allows one, which I don't understand why, if we're gonna just go and meet. I would just like to tag along once in a while, if it's, or whoever the president is, or Dr. Weisberg, I'm sure you know.
I'm not president for a long time, if at all.
So I think in the past, we've attended kind of opportunistic, like they've asked district staff to attend, whereas the one time I went, the mayor and the city manager were there, so this whole 2 people thing shouldn't be a problem. But I do think it's fine if the next time Dr. Macias is invited, that he invites you or me or a board member to attend with him, whoever's available.
I think we should just tell them, like, from now on, the board president, whoever it is, wants to tag along if possible.
Ms. Cano, do you feel like, I don't want, do you feel like you have is there anything you'd like to do on here that you're not?
Yes.
I'm so tired.
To come back after you had coffee.
I feel you. I don't want it to, you know,
Kind of just going through.
okay. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Just if you feel that I'm not.
No. I don't know if you've noticed this about me, but I get a little over enthusiastic. So it's subtle.
Haven't even had coffee yet. Wait.
It's subtle. I just wanted to make sure that over enthusiasm wasn't squashing your desire to do anything.
And one other thing, with our new interim superintendent, I think, and with the board, I know we've talked about this. I want us to start putting our joint meetings at the city council on regular, at least twice a year. Yeah, that's fine. And if they can get it on the calendar, we will make it happen. I think it's fair, at least twice a year. Yeah, why not?
Yes, what are we talking?
I mean, let's try for once. We've had one joint meeting since I have been on the board.
Yeah, you never know. Just the fact that we open it to public, hey, you want to talk to all 10 of us? Here's your opportunity. Just want to make sure we don't do it at the council chambers because it gets, sometimes seats are too close. Remember, we did it across at the other building?
That was the only one I've ever been to.
Yeah.
I think that,
No, you had one before I was on the board, but
And you weren't there in the council chambers when we're sitting
No.
on each other's laps?
no, I've been to one. I would remember that. I wasn't there.
I think it's changed and I just want to make sure we don't go back. Because there was a year when one council member, school board member, they were so close to each other's seats, accidentally hit, remember, it was like a karate chop, council member, but it wasn't intentional because they were so close and the hands were moving. So we've decided, this is before your time, Dr. Weisberg. It was very interesting. People thought, anyways, I'll leave it at that because we were very literally sitting on each other.
so I think we can ask staff though to start working to schedule one by the end of the year.
Okay.
I think, and look, all of us, we know each other, coming together, and you never know. Sometimes you have people who come forward, maybe they have ideas about joint projects.
Yeah.
Why not to have us all together, right?
I think it's a great idea to have them on the schedule, right? So that we have something to work backwards from.
Sure.
Because we have things to talk about. We've had an agenda for a joint meeting that we then scrapped.
Right.
So it would be great to get that back on the calendar.
And we'll do that.
Dr. Messiah, if you can maybe by next or following board member, at least get us some dates.
Yep.
You know, and I think if people can show up, great. If they can't, well, you know, things happen. I think
We'll get to it right away.
I just think it's difficult to get everyone's commitment for that. And if people can show up, great. If not, then, you know, we'll take in some, you know, just never.
Do we need a vote on 11F?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Hold on, I lost my. Can I get a motion and second on 11F, please?
So moved.
As amended.
As amended.
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
I
Aye, motion passes unanimously. 11G, approval of notice of completion, AME Builder, Inc., 2425-022 Summer Roofing Project, Magnolia Park Bond Fund.
We already talked about this.
So again, I can welcome Mr. Maxwell and Ms. Rickman to the table if you have questions for follow-up, but this is a notice of completion to what we discussed earlier on 11E.
Yes.
Yeah,
Any questions on 11G from Dr. Maxwell?
I asked my questions on 11E.
All right, can I get a motion and a second on 11G, please?
so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor?
I
Motion passes unanimously.
And if I can real quickly
Yes.
just thank Mr. Maxwell and team.
Dr. Maxwell.
Dr.
His
Maxwell.
Highness.
And for Ms. Robin Rickman for being here to help us out and
Thank you
assist
both.
in any questions. So thank you both and thank you continuously for everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Didn't we have the pool as well? Yeah. So 12V.
There's a couple of things.
Okay, great. I'm just like, don't leave, guys.
So
There's one more.
12 consent agenda. So may I have a motion and a second? Dr. Weisberg, you want to take a crack of this one?
Well, there are a couple that nothing I want to pull, but a couple I just want to discuss briefly. I don't know how we did this last time.
So what I would suggest is that we make the motion for all of the items. 12V is the only one that's amended, my
And
understanding, and then one was pulled.
12G,
12G was pulled.
correct.
So I will make the motion and then we can discuss
Yes.
the individual.
Great,
So
thank you.
I move that we approve 12A through 12F as presented, 12H through 12U
B?
as presented, and 12V as amended.
Second.
I think for our own conversation and awareness and for the community on consent is, let me pull it up. Item 12I, approval of instructional consultants.
That's on my thing.
So I want to make sure that we do have the opportunity to discuss because I thank you. So
Yeah,
just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
On the list.
So Dr. Weisberg, why don't you start with question?
So for 12H, I am a little confused by, and again, this may be a question we're going to have to, I would ask us, maybe we do have to pull it, because my concern is that while I understand that bond funds can be specifically allocated for bond managers, as well they should be, I am confused as to why we are allocating specific funds to Lozano Smith using bond money. I'm not sure. And again, this could just be ignorance on my part, but I don't understand. I mean, when we pay them, my assumption was we pay them to provide legal services for all of the things, and that the only thing that we really delineate is special education because we often use a different law firm for that.
I had the same concern. Why don't we pull this and come back after we get the answer?
Okay.
So yeah,
Is
so
there any reason that we can't wait on this one?
Not to my knowledge.
Right.
Let's pull it then. So
well,
I amend my
can we ask very quickly our bond experts? So for well, no, I just want to, is there any, do you anticipate any issues with us pulling it? Great.
Oh, for that, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Then it becomes
And here's
12I through 12 U.
right. And just for a point of clarification, it's a ratification. So that's something that we'll dig into, look back.
Yeah, I still
Thank
want to
you.
take a second look at that, please.
And yeah, it's an odd mix. General fund, sped, and bond fund. And it specifically says legal services in the areas of facilities and construction. I have to assume it might be ADA compliance stuff, but
It also might be legal work with the actual bond issuance itself, but I don't know that to
Okay, let's not
But all the more reason to get clarity.
speculate.
speculate. Can we get an answer for the next board meeting? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
12H.
What?
It's not on 12H, no. I have other things.
This is probably a question for Dr. Knappich. Can we just talk about 12D, E, and F, the ratifications for software? So just kind of, I realize that we've moved a board meeting and moved some things around. Can you kind of tell me why these are ratifications and just tell me a little bit more about them?
So I'm going to let Dr. Anders go ahead and address because it's instructional technology. He has the detail knowledge.
Got it.
Both of these, we revised the service agreements with them to start August 8th to make sure that they were going to be ready to run for first day of school. So we just missed that date for them to, so they do need to be ratified. Specifically, Amplify, we haven't committed to an agreement with them. So as soon as we get the approval, even though it's ratification because of the service date, we'll move forward with them to move the quote forward for PO. The other one is site specific. It's IXL with Luther Burbank. So they are a district approved vendor. Dolores Huerta also uses that platform as well as Monterey. This is an item that when we went through and cleaned our vendor list this summer to make sure that we weren't just carrying forward vendors year to year, that was removed by accident. So we adjusted that to be ready to go again for the 8th, but now we're ratifying to make sure that that's again ready to go for the school year.
So, Dr. Andrews, just a question in terms, so it's being used at the middle schools?
IXL is
and
yes,
Monterey.
those two middle school sites and Monterey High.
Okay. They like it?
They do. We've used iReady before at those sites. This is a similar platform to iReady. It's a little more budget friendly, especially with those two sites as they use Title I funds to pay for it, and they can afford this platform with their Title I funds.
IXL.
Yeah.
Yeah. Question. I just know that I saw it a few years ago, and when they were like one of the kind of trying to sweeten the pot, they were like offering laptops and such for, if we went with that one. So did they give us any no?
No, we're buying just strictly the software.
Okay.
They do offer a full suite outside of English and math. And so I think Huerta takes advantage of some additional subjects through IXL.
Okay.
Whereas Luther and Monterey are focused just on English language arts.
Okay, but no promo deals.
Yeah.
That's super helpful. So then I make up then that 12K and 12L are also ratifications for the same reason, which is that we moved our meeting from August 7th to today. Okay, just making sure. The other one I want to talk about is 12B, but does anyone have anything else?
I want to talk about 12I. And Dr. Macias, you want to start us off since you. Yeah.
So we're on the consultant.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I had the right tab open of my 40 in my computer right now. So I do want to talk about this. So let me start with, this is the first time that we're putting consultant agreements in place post everything that happened in the summer and new information that's come to light. That's part of third-party investigation and whatnot. So I know that was brought up earlier, but I did want to take some time, and I'm glad we are, in addressing this, because these two separate agreements are for athletic trainers at John Burroughs High School, and for Burbank High. What you will see on paper is that these two individuals, actually one is by name, Christina Gallo. The other one, I need to pull up. Yeah, Achilles Heel LLC is a verified LLC. That is Nick Caselli at Burbank High. These are highly in demand and highly reputable, obviously very certified individuals that both high schools and athletic directors and teams absolutely endorse and support. So on top of that, excuse me, this is the first time post all controversy, so to speak, that this team, this district leadership team has collectively installed new verifications and backgrounds, you name it. It's the first set of protocols that we put in place that I feel very comfortable. You'll see in the paperwork that I'm the sponsor and administrator. I'm that confident in this. So I just wanted to highlight that for you as board members and our community as well.
So my notes on this were, one, just I hope that the public takes time to look at this. I think it's extremely thorough. I was really happy to see it. I'm also, I've heard nothing but good things about both of them. And so it's wonderful to see, see both of them come on in this capacity. And I assume this is what we can expect for consultant agreements moving forward, which is great news. So yeah, I mean, most of it was just a sort of, I think I wrote, I'm pleased to see such experienced and well-respected members of the team.
Thank you. I think one important note that I want to say publicly and for you as board members before you get the opportunity to hopefully approve this is that the measures are in place to make sure that our school sites are accounting for services rendered.
Right.
We have strict protocols in place. Never do we want to be in a position, obviously, that we have just encountered. So both high schools, both assistant principals supervising athletics and activities, our athletic trainers, our coaches know concretely what the expectations are moving forward. And that's something that we're going to be very diligent in documenting.
Great.
So Dr. Macias, on that note,
Yes.
You're the sponsoring administrator. Who is actually signing off on number of hours worked and any invoices that these folks send us?
Those will be at the school sites when they confirm for us that services have been rendered. So you'll see in the language up to 40 hours per week, no more than 8 hours per day. Obviously, that's something that we will heavily account. We may have some instructional days that are short in nature. That's not a full week. However, we know that our athletic teams do work out. They practice, if not have games. So we will have that documented. In turn, then that'll be the district office by department that'll go in the checks and balances to validate. So it's not just a person or just a department. They're going to go through those checks and balances to validate everything.
I appreciate that. I think that might be helpful to have in the future. I don't know if it needs to be part of the contract itself or just in the BAI or the board agenda item to say who is actually, so you're on the contract, right? But who is actually
Right.
responsible for checking that the work gets done?
Thank you for that feedback. So we'll take that with the team. Thank you.
The only other thing I wanted to ask is we heard from, and this just may not be fiscally possible, but we heard from the students and coaches that came to the board meeting about this, that they have practice over the summer. I know football practices over the summer. Do we have the financial means to support even one? I mean, it's also to my mind dangerous to have, if they're practicing under the auspices of a Burbank Unified team and we don't have anybody there for health or safety.
I think the best way to answer that is I think we need to get all parties involved, both our schools, the number of athletic teams that work out in the summer. We always want to be safe and protective. I don't know fiscally what we have that we can plan forward and moving, so I'm not comfortable in answering that question. But what I can answer is that we need both high schools together along with district leadership team to have that thorough conversation. So it's not a no, it's we need to explore.
Other questions on agenda item or consent agenda? Should we go to,
I think you and I both have 12V.
yeah,
We pulled 12E, right? No, as amended.
we have questions about it. So, so this is amended. There was a typo, thankfully saving us $800,000 right there. Burbank Pool, I think in our facility, superintendent's facilities committee, we've talked about it a couple of times. So tell us about the increase, but I think it might be helpful for the public to hear kind of the whole story from soup to nuts and what we found when we went in to do demo and the work that your team has done to get that pool up to safety and the ability for the community and the students to use it.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, colleagues, staff, residents. Being funny, I'm sorry, it's late. Just real quick. So Robin came on board in February. Robin Rickman, I apologize for not introducing her properly earlier, excuse me. Robin Rickman is one of our project managers for Measure ABC. She's done a phenomenal job taking this one off my lap. When she came on board, Mr. Cantwell and I asked her if she'd be willing to take it on. She took it on with grace. She's done a wonderful job. Weekly meetings with the contractor. Just a little backstory. I've been in this position as the director for 2 years, a little over 8 months, 3 days, 2 hours. No, kidding. It's a little over two years and 8 months. And when I came, this pool was just not in use. It was, we were still paying for chlorine, keeping it in service, but not to be able to be used. So we were held up with DSA, which is our Division of State Architect, for our permit to move forward with construction. So that was the longest delay. We actually de-scoped the project a little bit because originally we were going to do a bigger bleacher section, and it was just quite expensive with the cost of escalation over the years that this project set. So when we started, Mr. Cantwell and I said, what are we going to do to make save some, with our community and our children there? They want to use their pool for polo, water polo and other things. And we were like, we do not need a permit to do demolition. So we worked with a consultant and we were told we do not need a permit for demolition. So we made a choice last summer to get that pool deck completely removed, decommission the pool completely and start work. So when we started that work, we found some workmanship when the pool was built that wasn't quite what it should have been. Dr. Macias has a sample over there of what's called our 480 volt feeder line. That's from the switchgear. It's very heavy and that's a 6-inch piece. So if you can imagine 500 feet of that through that conduit, that was buried. Yeah, it's not dirty, it's clean. That was buried 5 inches below grade.
Wait, listen.
This is an important concept here. That was literally buried 5 inches below the grade. That is very dangerous. That should have not been.
How many?
5 inches below the concrete.
Are you serious?
Very dangerous situation. So that literally should be in the 12 to 18-inch range, and it really should be encased in a red slurry. That's high voltage, 480 volt. So that was one thing that we discovered immediately. The next were all the other conduits that ran to the Musco lighting, that ran to the communication systems. Every 110 circuits, every conduit was laid basically less than 5 inches or 5 inches at the greatest depth. So unfortunately, we didn't have the best workmanship when that was built years ago. So now we were stuck with the extra costs, unfortunately, to get the infrastructure buried deeper.
And that's why union labor isn't more expensive because they do it right the first time.
I think having oversight, having a wonderful project manager like Robin being out there, you know what I mean? Just paying attention and just seeing how things are going. So by no means are we trying to say that it was not done properly. It just wasn't done how it should have been. So it wasn't done properly. I'm going to say it. It wasn't done properly. Right? Yeah, it wasn't done properly. So where I come from, I call those windshield inspections, but you just kind of drive by and okay, that's good. But anyhow, that's fast forward. That's the past. We're trying to move forward in this district in a positive manner. The good news is I'm going to let Robin speak about the pool where we're at. We've had some additional expenses for various reasons, and it's not over yet. There will still be more expenditures that are going to come out of this, more change orders that will come out of this. But Robin, I really give her credit for doing a good job keeping them at a minimum. So I'm going to turn it over now that I've officially.
Robin, do you want to, yes, for our millions of viewers, do you want to officially introduce yourself? What kind of, let her.
Sure. My name is Robin Rickman. I'm actually a resident of Burbank. Make sure. I've been here for quite a long. Both of my children have gone through all of Burbank schools through all the way through boroughs, and both of them are now adults. I've been in working construction probably since the early 90s. I've worked out at UCLA, Harvey Mudd, LAUSD for 10 years doing their bond programs there. I also worked at LA Community College on their program management side for a couple of years. There I was doing all of the reporting for all 9 campuses, giving the reports to the bond committee, giving reports to superintendents, and also working with all the design teams in upgrading design standards that they currently use. LA Community College is a very big, broad.
3 billion or the 5 billion bond? Which one?
Oh, the last one. Oh, not the current one that they just went.
I work at ELAC, that's.
ELAC. Yeah, I was over at Monterey for a while there. But when this job opportunity came up to get back into construction, because there I was only doing reports, I jumped on the idea to actually go back and work at Simi Valley Unified School District. I was there for 4.5 years, working the last of their bond. They decided not to go for another bond this time, and they gave us notice and says, well, your last day is such and such a day. And we look for jobs. So I applied and I got the position here, which I'm greatly appreciative, and I welcome working here and continuing on and building back on the schools here. So
That introduction.
you're welcome. So the topic here is change order 1, which is an additive change order to this contract for Heart Design Build. So this is a particular system that is used in the pool's timing system. It allows the swimmers to tag a device that's put inside the pool, which then sends the timing to the timing system, which then sends it to the scoreboard. This is very expensive. It's typically supposed to be in there from what I gather. But the project, as what Dennis said, the design developed, and it did not include this timing package when they put it out to bid. That is probably not a good thing to do. We did find it and met with the designer and the architect to immediately get these drawings developed so that we could get it costed, because you can't have a pool meet without that. So it was an integral part and is very much needed. So that is the reason why we're having this huge additive change order.
Yeah. I'm a doctor now too, Mr. Maxwell. Sir Maxwell. So I just want to make sure that I've got this right. So initially we approved this for, I mean, this was probably many years ago, for almost $5 million. And then we pulled essentially the storage and the other, it sounds like the bleachers, a number of pieces out of it to bring the total project cost down. And then this is an addition on top of that lowered project cost. Is that right?
That is absolutely correct, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know you guys did a ton of work on this, so I really appreciate it.
It's unfortunate that it's been so many years to get this pool. A lot of the children that actually went through the whole entire, their years at the high school that get an opportunity to utilize their pool. They got to utilize Burbank's community pool. They got to utilize Burroughs, but they didn't get their home pool. And I really wish I could have been a little more involved from the get-go before we were ever at this point.
And so when do we think it's fully
December.
December?
We're
You have a grand opening?
We're shooting for December, right?
On a grand opening.
Right now, he does have a time extension as shown in change order 1 for rain delays that occurred during the first part of the year. So I believe January 22nd is his date to finish. But keeps telling me he's going to finish beforehand, but I don't hold anybody to that, you know.
You can do an over and under.
So
I'm going December 31st.
Well,
really hope.
I think once we have it, I think we should have a little, like a fun grand opening. I can see you in a admiral hat, and you want to be an admiral for that day?
I'll be whatever I'm supposed to be, sir. I'll even pay with my credit card if you'd like.
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
soon. Sorry.
Soon,
Excuse me.
soon.
Oh, yeah, we should do a ribbon cutting ceremony, absolutely, for the children up there and staff. And just one closing final statement. Robin has really done a great job with all the stakeholders, making sure the athletic instructors, principals, we've had some leadership change, obviously, but she's done a great job making sure all the stakeholders are along for the ride.
And
Dr. Macias.
she works with a partner. Do you want to mention her? Who do you work with, Ms. Rickman?
My partner is Molihe Solakui. I think I pronounced it wrong, but we both came from Simi Valley Unified School District. So we both worked on the bond up there I think Molihe was there for about 9 years and I was there for about 4.5 years.
We are trying to take employees back from Simi Valley.
Version?
One person at a time. Appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you so much. So to confirm, we're doing 12A through 12F as presented, 12I through 12U as presented, and 12V as amended.
Correct.
Yes.
I get a motion in a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second, all in favor?
I,
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. 13, reports from board members. Anyone?
I got some stuff.
Oh, you are Dr. Weisberg.
Yes, it is me, Dr.
Okay.
Weiss.
Go ahead, Dr. Weisberg.
First, I would like to apologize to Alexander Helfich. I made an aside in my response during public comment that I think was probably not the most appropriate thing I could have said. We're human beings, and it's a lot. And being attacked, somebody mentioned that I don't like. I was conflating constructive criticism with being attacked, and I understand there's a vast difference between the two. I think I've shown myself to be somebody who is very open to constructive criticism and critique. Personally, it has been a difficult few months being attacked on social media, in person, probably in skywriting somewhere that I didn't see. And so it is difficult to sustain oneself when you're under such consistent attack. So I shouldn't have said it. It was definitely unprofessional of me. I apologize to her for that. I'm a person, and I will continue to apologize when I make mistakes. I have had an opportunity to go to many places over the past couple of weeks. And I also want to just say that it's easier for me than my colleagues often to go to many of these things because I don't have kiddos and I'm not yet back in school. And so so my ability to go to a lot of things is not indicative of people's, if any other board members' lack of interest in going to things. It just means my schedule and life allow me to do that. So that being said, I want to thank the PTAs at both Burbank High and Burroughs. I got to go help with the setup for their back to school events for their staff and their teachers. They were both fantastic. Our PTAs are amazing. I want to thank the phenomenal crew at Huerta for their registration. I was able to help out there a couple of days. They've got that thing down to a science. And also wanted to give Principal Hatch a shout out. I found out that she is starting, they have a wheel of electives, and they just added for all sixth graders an executive functioning skills part of the, first of all, we all need it. But second of all, I think it's just a fantastic, thoughtful way of helping kiddos move into middle. So I just wanted to shout her out for that. Our Boys and Girls Club Back to School Resource Fair was unbelievable. It was so great to see. It's really what makes our community so phenomenal. So many different organizations coming together, but also a stark reminder of the need. There was a much bigger line this year than I saw last year, and that gives a person pause. So thank you to Shanna Warren and all of the different nonprofits. You could go and watch kids getting haircuts, to going to the kids' dental clinic. I mean, you name it. It was just, and shout out to our staff who were there. Saw some Laura Flossie, saw some Melinda, our PTA was there, Arts and Ed was there. It was really, Burbank showed up and Burbank USD showed up. I want to also, so the adult school, I was able to help with their registration. I'm not sure if you could actually qualify it as helping, but I was there with the intention of helping. That place is the best, man. And I also signed up, I'm taking beginning Spanish there starting next week. So that's very exciting. That's why I'm taking Spanish class, Armand. But if you want to go somewhere where there's so much positive energy, stop by the adult school, because from the students to the faculty, it is just, it's the beating heart of BUSD. It really is phenomenal. Dr. Macias and I went to the noon Rotary meeting. Thank you to Cynthia Wagner for the invitation. We had a robust and spirited conversation. It was really great. Looking forward to more and appreciated their warm welcome. I'm getting there. I'm going as fast as I can. Or what? I also want to, BTA did their new teacher orientation. A lot of us were there. So wonderful to meet so many new faculty. The teachers were really, I love the way they set it up by table so you could bop around each table and see who was at each school site. So that was a lot of fun. And then I also want to thank the many groups who took time out of their schedule to meet with me. So in the district office, I had a chance to meet with student services, with IT, with HR, with fiscal services. I stopped and had a meeting with the adult school, which was fantastic. And I will continue to do that moving forward. It's a great chance. And then hopefully over the next couple of weeks, because I'm not back at school yet, I can stop into school sites. So it's just been a great couple of weeks. An important reminder of why we do what we do. Oh, the other thing I got to sit in on was the English collaborative at Huerta. It was so cool. Dr. Anders knows all about it, but just being able to sit in the room is all these amazing minds are thinking up new and exciting ways to inspire our students to learn. It's just another great reminder of why we're all doing this. So thank you to everybody, including our SEED staff and our DHH staff for also taking time to meet with us over the past couple of weeks. We know we have a lot of work to do, but I'm excited to get it done. So thank you to everybody and have a phenomenal first few days back at school. We are here for you. Let us know what you need.
Thank you. Before we go, our board member Kano, don't forget that stuff here. Copper is very expensive, so make sure. Dr. Maxwell, don't forget.
Okay, I kind of feel like Charlie Brown in the Halloween one, where she did everything, and I was like, I got to rock. I did. You did. That was so great. I'm like, how do you even know all these things happen? I'd like to be able to attend more, but now I'm back in class. I did attend the Boys and Girls Club. And it was really, I was so impressed because every resource was there. And I thought, this is amazing, just to be able to see all the resources there that are available. Kids Community Dental Clinic, everybody was there. And then, yes, I did go to the new teacher orientation, and it was really fun to see that much energy because, like I said, this time of year, this is the beginning of the year for us, right? So everybody's kind of like, this is where we're getting going. And people understand, like winter break for us is that's kind of our downtime. That's our downtime. But summer, when summer comes, it's a big time again for us. So they were looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So I appreciate all the staff that was there. I wish I'd have had that when I went. Every school district I've had I've never been to a school district that does something like this. It was great orientation. It was one-stop shopping. You got to know, all the different faces. And I thought it took me, years to find out who those people were. So thank you. And yes, to all my fellow teachers out there, just have a great, great year. Have a great, blessed year. I wish you health. I wish you happiness. I wish you lots of energy. And, may your Kleenex boxes always be full.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Akanian. I don't have nearly as many things because I was in another state for most of last month. I did thank you to Dr. Weisberg for reminding me about the borough's staff appreciation this morning. I brought my 6-year-old and he got a donut, so he is appreciative. But it was great to see staff come out for that and get some goodies before they started their day. And I'm looking forward to the first day of school. It's always a fun time. And I'm looking forward to us being able to pivot our work to that. And not other stuff. But it's going to be a great year.
Thank you. So I did also attend with both of my colleagues here the orientation, and I also want to thank all the volunteers who were there. They served food, there was coffee, the burrito was great. But again, I kind of echo what my colleagues said, and I get to go to table like you did and Miss Connor. I just love the energy and I love this new talent we're bringing. A lot of people from neighboring districts, so that's a good indication, right? So we must be doing something right here. This is I think, first time I missed the Boys and Girls Club thing, but it was my birthday and my wife decided we're going to get out of. Yes, I am 20, I'm legal now. I can drink. I'm just kidding. No, she surprised me. So we got out of town, much needed. But I'm certain it was a great event. I love, and I will just disclaimer, I am a former Boys and Girls Club board member, so organization is very close to my heart. They do a great job. Shanna and the team are just fantastic. And there's, I can sit here all day and talk about wonderful job they did. So thank you. And I think the event is growing, but yes, it's also an indication, and I will finish with this, of what's happening there. Even at my work, we've seen the lines grow for individuals who are in need. It's unfortunate. And I think as a community, thank you for everyone who came out and talked about some of the issues, but also I want us to really be vigilant and keep our eyes and ears open what's happening out there. The raids are continuing. Again, there's nothing, I have personally experienced this myself as a young person. The uncertainty of coming home and not knowing if parents are going to be there. It's the worst thing you can put through a child through. I don't care how old they are. And we see it. I see it all the time. And it's also putting a strain on parents, not only because of, again, not knowing if their child will come home, they will be there, not be, but also economically. A lot of people are struggling right now. They're afraid to go to work. And I hope that that's another conversation also where some of our community individuals who are concerned can bring forward. You can fix some of these concerns when it comes to financial questions. You can address them. But also, I hope people are not forgetting what is happening. And yes, it's happening it's Burbank as well. We're not immune to this. We have a lot of members of our community who are being affected by this. Unfortunately, it's what we're dealing with. It's the times. But I know that this board is committed. This district is committed. This is a safe district. I know at one point, Dr. Messiah, I want to make sure when we start the Wednesday, I'm going to miss our son going to school so much. Don't laugh. Sorry. Wait, drop him off at something. But no seriousness. I want to make sure you address this first day of school to everyone, what you've been talking about in the past, and continue this conversation. We have new parents. We have some people who, and I want to make sure we do it in different languages to make sure everyone understands. Dr. Weisberg.
I think we would all be remiss if we didn't issue a huge thank you to all of our staff for our weekly board report.
Yes.
Which Dr. Macias instituted this week. Yes.
Really like it.
Week before. It's a really fantastic way for us to get informed, but we know that it takes work. And so just a huge thank you to everybody for making our lives more informed and easier.
Yeah, a great idea. I love it. Read it. Let's just put it out there as much as we can. But at the same time, look, in reality also, we can put as much as information out there. I think you said it earlier, is it perfect? No. But at the same time, I think, the more informed our communities are, the more, we need feedback. I get it. But at the same time, I think it's not from lack of effort. But again, I just want to make sure everyone understands. Be understanding to other human beings. These are difficult times. I hope people are not being too judgmental about individuals. But also understand that each one of us here come to work because we care about our kids. Everyone here, and the people who were in the room, I understand. They have the same concerns. But I hope that, all of what's happening right now and other concerns will unite us more. Because right now we need to be as united as we can. And with that said, I will adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Roland Raleigh Bigby.